Wonderful to see your faces and to have you join us here today. We're going to start by administering the oath of office so we can formalize your appointments and formally convene this body. So with that said, if you committee members can please raise your right hand. You may come off of mute if you'd like. And I'm going to ask you all to repeat after me. I state your names.
Harry Mulvey.
Do solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
The Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies,
against all enemies,
foreign and domestic, that I will bear true faith
I will bear true faith
and allegiance
to
to the Constitution of the United States
to the
the Constitution
Constitution
of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and
the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation or
Without
purpose of
any
evasion,
any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully
and that I will well
and
faithfully
discharge the duties
duties
on which
on which
on which
I'm about to enter.
I'm
All right. Congratulations, you all. You're formally installed as appointees on this CAC. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
With that, I'm going to hand it over to Kayla for call to order and roll call.
Thank you. The September 8th meeting of the Cannabis Advisory Committee is called to order. I will now call roll. Please answer present when your name is called. Bauer,
Present.
thank you. Brennan,
Present.
thank you. Broad,
Present.
thank you. Brown Imani,
Present.
thank you. Brown Jeremy,
Present.
thank you. Clifford,
Present.
thank you. De La Rosa,
Present.
thank you. Frazier,
Present.
thank you. Jamalian,
Present.
thank you. Mathey,
Present.
thank you. Merriman,
Present.
thank you. Nevedal,
Present.
thank you. Cayenne Person,
Present.
thank you. Shockley,
Present.
thank you. Tupi,
Present.
thank you. Woolsey,
Present.
you, and you,
Present.
thank you. Quorum is established.
Right. So good morning again, everyone. I'm really thrilled to welcome you all and this newly appointed body to the first meeting of the Cannabis Advisory Committee for this year. As you know, DCC was formed in July 2021 by merging the three former state cannabis programs into a single new standalone department. The aim of consolidation then and now is to improve how the state delivers services to licensees and applicants, local governments, and the public. The Cannabis Advisory Committee plays a really critical role in informing us as we continue our work of building this department, unifying our operations, and moving swiftly in pursuit of a state cannabis regulatory structure that works best for all Californians. The department received almost 300 applications for membership on this committee, and I would like to extend my sincere appreciation to every individual who applied. This forum represents an important, transparent, and public venue for channeling comprehensive input from all stakeholders impacted by commercial cannabis activity back to state government for consideration in policymaking. For this reason, I strongly encourage every interested stakeholder to engage robustly with this committee and the department through these meetings and via issue-specific subcommittee meetings. The public comment periods are open invitations to share your feedback. The members before me are the first to be appointed by this Department of Cannabis Control and the first new members appointed in nearly 5 years. When selecting you as participants, we prioritized ensuring a balance of viewpoints and varieties of perspectives, maintaining historical knowledge related to previous CAC activities, as well as ensuring the committee reflects the diversity of California and the communities impacted by commercial cannabis activity. To the newly appointed members, thank you for your public service, dedication, and time. Your leadership on this body will greatly assist in informing state policy and departmental processes and ultimately advance the California cannabis market. The department is deeply committed to science-based, data-driven policymaking, and we also recognize the enormous value of lived experiences, particularly as it relates to the impacts that governmental policies had on individuals, businesses, and communities, and still do to this day. Members will provide valuable input from their own experiences, as well as serve as a conduit for information from interested stakeholders as the department develops, shapes, and considers California cannabis policy. In order to accomplish this, my sincere request for all of you is to have robust, respectful, and comprehensive discussions, particularly related to the questions that are posed for your consideration at each meeting. You were chosen intentionally for your representation of diverse viewpoints and communities. We are very eager to hear your perspectives and again, are very grateful for your service. Thank you. And moderator, if you could please open this item for public comment. Just reiterate that request. Moderator, if you can please open this item for public comment.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can.
Okay, my apologies. Every once in a while, my computer flips my settings. For today's public comment session, we will be utilizing the WebEx question and answer feature. You can click on the Q&A icon, lower right corner of your screen, type the word comment into the text box, and send that through to our panelists. If you're calling into the meeting today, you can raise your hand by dialing *3. After you've made your comment, we would request that you lower your hand by again dialing *3. When we call on you for comment, I will send a request to unmute your microphone. At that time, you should see a button pop up at your end that says unmute me. You will need to click that button to then unmute your microphone and begin commenting. For today's comments, we do have a 2-minute time limit. We will be providing a 30-second reminder when your time is about to expire. When we do that 30-second reminder, you will hear the following sound. Could everybody hear that? Okay, perfect. That's a new feature we're trying. And then you'll have 30 seconds to complete your comment, and at the conclusion of your 2 minutes, your microphone will be muted and we will be moving on to the next commenter. Okay, our Q&A feature is open.
My belief is that they don't really
First comment comes from an individual named Bob Roach. I've sent the request to unmute your microphone.
I attended a number of the meetings of the old committee, and in my 30 years of government meetings, and this is some of the most tedious meetings I've ever experienced. So I hope the chair that you select will move things along, because with this diverse group, everyone wants to dip their oar in the water and make a little splash. We need to move the meetings along. But despite all that, they made a number of good recommendations that were put in their annual reports, and I think few of those, if any, were ever implemented. I would suggest the committee look back at some of those and perhaps see if they might concur and move some of those forward. And I think that the industry right now needs some cleaning back of regulations. The makeup of this group is largely people who would like to control or organize or further regulate cannabis, but some of the more burdensome regulations that need to be addressed. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next comment comes from Alex Erwig. Alex, I've sent the request to unmute your microphone.
So first off, good morning. My name is Alex and I represent Cannabis. I wanted to thank you guys for the time to speak before you today. 6 years ago, voters passed Prop 64, and one of the most constants in our industry has been change. New department, new advisory committee, and lots of new regulations for the legal operators to pay their taxes and licenses fees. In the most recent packages of regulatory changes, Section 17302.1 of the manufacturing regulations, this would be extremely catastrophic for businesses like mine. I mean, this change would cap all cannabis tinctures to 2 fluid ounces, adversely affecting 15 to 20 businesses and nearly 100 products on the market. Non-alcohol tinctures, which are not currently capped by regulations, make up more than 60% of the retail market we share in the tincture category. Being forced to halt production and retool our packaging to attain compliance will, it's already tight profit margins, and this will evaporate our margins completely. This putting my job and coworkers' jobs at risk at a time when many are struggling with record inflation. And customers who are already wary of higher prices at legal shops would have more of an incentive to use the illegal market when shopping than going to current retailers that are legal with products they are already used to using and comfortable with. And
excuse me, this is Tamara Colson, legal counsel. I just want to remind commenters that this public comment period is only related to the welcome remarks by Director Elliott. There will be public comment periods on each agenda item, including one later where you can talk about any items not on this agenda. So again, please make sure you constrain your comments during this comment period to the remarks by Director Elliott. Thank you.
Thank you. And our next comment comes from Charity Tatlow. I've sent the request to unmute your microphone.
For all being a part of this committee. One of the things, I'm with City of Shasta Lake, and with all of the changes that have transpired with DCC becoming one unit, is seems that there is not as much communication for our applicants. I would like to see DCC come up with some sort of either a web training or even an in-person live training that both applicants or jurisdictions can participate in, because as a jurisdiction, when they are not receiving the answers or there's confusion in the application process with DCC, such as when CEQA is going to be required, who's going to submit the CEQA, because as a jurisdiction, we can also submit it for them. They typically will come to the jurisdiction and ask, okay, well, what is the process now? Well, now that all of these different agencies are combined as one, you know, and we're a little bit more responsive with the licensing, it seems like anytime we're sending the request to licensing to get a little bit of clarification, it's a different answer each and every time. So
Excuse me, this is legal counsel again. I want to remind you all that this public comment period is limited to public comment on the remarks by Director Elliott. Any other topics can be addressed under the item on the agenda to which those topics relate. Thank you.
I don't see an item as to which this topic would relate.
So anything that it doesn't relate to a specific agenda item, you can address that where in number 7, I believe it is on the agenda, where it says public comment on items not on the agenda. That's the opportunity for public comment on topics not on the agenda.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And our next comment comes from Kelly McCormick. I've sent the request to unmute your microphone.
I'm a parent. I work with a teen mentor group, and I'm a public health educator. And my comments on the welcome remarks are that it was mentioned that the members of the committee were chosen for diverse viewpoints, but the committee is lacking a public health voice. And in fact, some people that were in public health and were experts were not chosen to be on the committee. So I would like to say that we do not view it as a diverse committee. Thank you.
And our next comment comes from Raquel Collegian. I've sent the request to unmute your microphone.
But just in general to the entire DCC ruling, with the new version that you guys have sent out for the laboratories, there is the LQC recoveries are still between 70 and 130%, regardless of matrix, regardless of what kind of method you are going to be detecting with. There is still no threshold for category 1 pesticide.
Excuse me, commenter. Again, I'd like to remind you that this public comment period is only on the remarks made by Director Elliott. The topic you're talking about is not formally on the agenda, so you can make a public comment on that in the area for public comments on items not on the agenda.
So when will that be?
If you look at the agenda, I think it's number 7 on the agenda.
Okay, then I'll just submit it again under number 7 under the agenda.
Thank you.
Okay, and our next comment comes from Paul and Susan Hansberry. One moment while I find you on our list. I've sent the request to unmute your microphone. Okay, Paul and Susan, unfortunately, I can see you're unmuted, but we're not able to hear you. I would ask that you double check your audio settings, and then I will circle back to you and try again. Next is Rick Martinelli. And Rick, I've sent the request to unmute your microphone.
Yeah, actually, I'm just a little confused about how this is going. I think I'm in the wrong comment period. I have comments about regulations, so.
Yeah, so the right comment period for that would be item 7 on the agenda, public comment for items not on the agenda.
And next is Darren's story. Darren, if you can please confirm when we open your mic if you're commenting on the director's welcome or if you're deferring to another time in the agenda.
I'm definitely commenting on the welcome.
Okay.
This question's for Nicole Elliott. I was wondering if in all those applications, she was able to find someone from the untaxed market to add to the panel so we can hear some perspective on what it's like to operate with a unfair competitive advantage established by the state. That would really be diverse.
So your comment is noted, just a reminder that it's public comment, it's not question and answer, but your comment is captured in the record.
And our next comment comes from Wayne Bishop. I've sent the request to unmute your microphone. Wayne, I've sent the request to unmute your microphone. You'll need to click the unmute me button that appears at your end.
Yes, I'm also in the wrong comment period. I apologize. I'll wait till this comes up into item 7.
Thank you. Next is Thomas Mulder. Thomas, I have sent the request to unmute your microphone.
Have a lot to comment under item 7, but I don't know if I'll be able to participate because of time constraints. But under welcome comments, I thank Nicole for the comments that she made. I look forward to her leadership and her ability to communicate with this newly formed committee. I encourage this newly formed committee to dive deep into what past committee decisions have done that have been, in my opinion, detrimental to the legacy operators. And I feel today can be our first step forward in making a lot of those wrongs right. Really diving into what I feel were poor policy decisions and very draconian, drastic decisions that greatly affected legacy operators. And I look forward to item number 7 if it happens before 11. Thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you. And our next comment comes from Mark. Mark, I've sent the request to unmute your microphone.
In regards to the welcome message.
I apologize. I am looking. Let's see, Javier, let's check in with you and see if your comment is related to the director's welcome. I've sent the request to unmute your microphone.
On item number 7. Thank you.
Stand by. I'm searching through our list of comments to see if I can see any other comments that might be related to this item. I'm going to circle back to Paul and Susan Hansberry Tibbin. I've sent the request to unmute your microphone. We'll see if we can hear you this time.
Hello, this is Paul Hansberry. My partner and Susan and I are sharing. Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, that's great. Susan would like to make a comment after me if that's possible, since we're sharing this computer. So my partner Susan and I have traveled to every Cannabis Advisory Committee meeting to participate in person whenever that option was available. And I hope that's available again soon so that the committee can see the consensus of the audience. The advisory committee has given several substantive recommendations to the BCC. Most of these recommendations were either ignored or given some dismissive excuse that because of their interpretation of the statute, it would require legislative action. I'm hopeful that this consolidation and new director will change things. The former director is a very nice person that I like a lot, but with few exceptions seemed to be merely a spokesperson for the legal team that originally interpreted the statute. The BCC spent more time defending their interpretation than actually visiting the problems created by regulations and developing solutions. Aside from the 1 acre cap, one of the most flagrant abuses of the interpretive powers of the regulators is the microbusiness license. As it stands today, there's nothing micro about it except for the narrow interpretation of cultivation. This committee has spent long hours and has submitted numerous recommendations regarding this issue every year since its inception. My partner and I are strong advocates for the small operator, and we have needed this corrected in the past and need it now more than ever in order to survive. This committee does a tremendous job of examining the industry and getting feedback from the boots on the ground stakeholders, both in their personal experiences and their interactions, as well as these meetings, even though it's just 2 minutes at a time. While Prop 64 sent us into a regulatory uncharted waters, I certainly hope that Ms. Elliott's experienced hands will actually take the wheel and steer the ship out of these turbulent waters to right the ship for the sake of the crew and its passengers. Thank you. I'll pass the mic over to Susan if that's allowed.
Hello. Can I be heard?
Please proceed.
Thank you very much. Good morning. This is Susan Tibbin, and welcome, of course, Director Elliott, and welcome returning and new committee members. We very much appreciate the call to be engaged, and as my partner mentioned, we have attended every CAC meeting and been very, very distressed over the years that the really excellent recommendations and consideration that the CAC has put forward have been almost completely ignored. The present state regulatory system has effectively shut out small operators. The continued state dismissal of these excellent suggestions the CAC has made is very, very distressing. And at this point, we are out of time. We're anxiously waiting to see how the newly formed DCC responds to the CAC's recommendations and stakeholder input. We really hope we are not faced with meet the new boss, same as the old boss. Thank you very, very much, and we look forward to later in the meeting sharing more substantive comments on item 7. Thank you.
Thank you. As a reminder, this is for comments on the director's welcome. I'm looking for some more. Okay, let's check in with Judy Strang. Let us know if your comment is not related to this, and I will skip over you. I've sent the request to unmute your mic.
Yes, my remarks are directed to the welcome of
Director Elliott, thank you, and thank you for those of you who have agreed to serve on the advisory board. Many of us have had that experience of your role that you've taken on being the advisory board. May I just respectfully suggest those of you who are new that you ask for a report from last year to get a sense of what happened and what recommendations and what committees, because it's been previously mentioned, some great recommendations came out of the public health and the parent community, which I represent, and we'd love for those to be recaptured for your benefit. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next comment comes from Casey Strang. Looking for you in our list, and I apologize. We have a long list of people to sift through. I've sent the request to unmute your microphone.
Quick comment on the director's welcome. I work for a drug and alcohol prevention coalition, and we're really concerned that there's not an equal number of public health and safety members on this compared to the marijuana industry members. Currently, this new advisory committee is largely made up of marijuana industry representatives and members, which is doing a great disservice to our public health and safety. The public health and safety voice needs to have equal footing with the marijuana industry, and right now it does not on this committee. If you look at the Business and Professions Code section 26014, it states that the Bureau or the department shall convey an advisory committee to advise the licensing authorities on the development and standards and regulations persuading to this division, including best practices and guidelines that protect public health and safety, while ensuring a regulated environment for commercial cannabis activities. As this new Department of Cannabis Control is set up, there was an opportunity to ensure that there would be essential public health and safety voices and influence on the committee to protect our states, cities, and neighborhoods. If changes are not made to the advisory committee appointment process, the cannabis industry will continue to dominate the discussions and policy decisions to the detriment of our state's public health and safety. The marijuana industry, like alcohol and tobacco, have a lot financially at stake and deep resources to advocate and influence decisions. On the other hand, public health and safety advocates generally work with limited resources, but have the public's health and safety foremost in mind. As the marijuana industry continues to increase their marketing and advertising of their increasingly more potent products that are appealing to our youth, this advisory committee must have an equal playing field with the marijuana industry. Thank you for addressing these concerns, and welcome to the advisory committee.
Thank you. And our next comment comes from Dr. Sherry Yaffe. I've sent the request to unmute your microphone.
My name is Dr. Sherry Yaffe. I would like to reiterate what I think 2 or 3 other public health individuals have said and mentioned, which is while the advisory board is made up of some really wonderful individuals, there's no voice for medicine, which is supposed to be 50% of this discussion here. We are a medical and recreational department. This is not just a recreational department, and it is really important that we have a voice that talks about all of the patients who are medical, which while the transition from recreational to medical in 2016-17 happened, it did change quite a bit, but that number still exists. And those patients have a right to protection just as much as the recreational patients do, or individuals. Thank you so much. I really do encourage at least 1 or 2, at least a fair representative or ratio of representatives in the committee with medical providers as well as public health providers. Thank you.
Thank you. We did have a request to repeat the instructions for comment. If you'd like to comment on the item that we're on, which is the director's welcome, you can type the word comment into the question answer text box and submit that. If you are a call-in user where you're dialing in on your telephone, you can dial *3 to raise your hand. We would ask that if you're not commenting on this item, please do not place your request for comment in the Q&A box at this time. Wait until that agenda item has been reached and public comment has been called. Moving on to Lynn Silver. I've sent the request to unmute your microphone.
Thank you. I'll be brief as others have spoken to this point. My name is Dr. Lynn Silver from the Public Health Institute. I would like to share the concern with the composition of the committee. The law states that DCC, that the regulatory agency must appoint public health experts, plural, to the Cannabis Advisory Committee. The current composition of the newly appointed committee includes 6 representatives of the industry, as far as we could tell, 4 representatives of the union sector, 4 of regulatory sector, and only 1 person from the health sector and 1 person from the environmental sector. We have long been calling upon both the agency and the committee to prioritize putting in place the long delayed public health guardrails to safeguard public health and safety in our youth in the regulatory process. The newly created composition of the committee is of great concern that these issues will continue to be neglected and that you will not have the necessary expertise on the committee to address them. So we would call upon the agency to try to seek to remedy this, both in agenda setting, but also in the composition of the committee, which should have stronger health representation and public health expertise to comply with the law. Thank you. And thank you to all of those who are serving on the committee for your time and your commitment.
Thank you. Our next comment comes from Wade Laughter. Wade, I've sent the request to unmute your microphone. Wade, I can see you're unmuted, but we cannot hear you.
Oh. Can you hear me now?
We can hear you now.
Thank you. My name is Wade Laughter. I live in Nevada County, and I have also attended many of these CAC meetings. I want to thank each of you who signed up for this. As you can tell already, there's definitely a learning curve in the public comment period and a really wide range of points of view. And so I just want to, you'll be hearing my voice again. And I want to thank you for your service. And Director Elliott, I really hope you have great success at a very challenging job. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next comment comes from Barbara Gordon. Barbara, I've sent the request to unmute your microphone.
Speak again, Barbara Gordon. As has been mentioned before, there needs to be more representation on the Cannabis Advisory Committee that focuses on public health risk of cannabis. These health risks result from decades of marketing strategies by the industry that specifically have targeted our community, whether it's aggressive advertising, promotion, all of which have promoted and integrated cannabis into our culture. I think combining these tactics, the cannabis industry has now been supported by policymakers to gain trust and access into our community. Again, the cannabis industry continues to co-opt the social equity movement and leaders to garnish their influence to lobby against the prohibition of this drug. Really taken together, the cannabis industry's efforts to maximize profits, but ignoring the public health risks, which again, we need more of a voice of public health on this committee. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you. And our next comment comes from Cesar Casamayor. Cesar, I am sending you your request to unmute your microphone.
Hello.
We can hear you.
Okay. First and foremost,
Peace to everybody. Thank you for the opportunity to speak, and congratulations to everybody that made it into the advisory board. My question comes for, I mean, not my question, excuse me, my comment comes for hope for inclusion and hold accountable municipalities and even some health providers that are more concerned with profiting for their nonprofit organizations than for the well-being of the most disenfranchised and impacted communities by the war on drugs. And I hope that you guys are able to communicate better with community and not just ask, but demand better policies that are inclusive of communities that have been impacted by the war on drugs. And so with that, I just want to say congratulations and hope to hear good things from this body.
Thank you. Our next comment comes from Shannon Oscar. Shannon, I've sent the request to unmute your microphone. Okay, I will circle back. We'll move on to Mitchell Colbert. Mitchell, I've sent the request to unmute your microphone.
I'm seeing audio on my end, so I'm assuming you can hear me okay.
We can hear you.
Excellent. So thank you very much for taking the time today. And while I agree with the voices from public health that there should be someone speaking to those issues on the panel, I am seeing at least one doctor there. This is also making the harsh assumption that no one in the cannabis industry cares about public health. And I assure you, most of us, or many of us, in fact, most of us do. As a bud tender, I personally help thousands of patients safely use medical cannabis to better their health outcomes, something doctors are unable to discuss due to their lack of training in medical school. Virtually no medical schools even mention cannabis or the endocannabinoid system, something you got to look into yourself, which I've done. While I am seeing a doctor on the TAC, I'm not seeing anyone who I know to be involved in waste or environmental policy, as our environment is a major predictor of public health outcomes. Perhaps the largest factor, it seems selective to focus solely on boosting representation from people in the public health sector alone. Put simply, not every sector can expect to see everyone they want on this committee, or it would be 1,000 people and not get any work done. So thank you to those of you who are on this committee and doing this work. And I'd love it if we can get to item 7, because that's really what we're all here for. So let's keep it on topic. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next comment comes from Peggy Walker. And looks like Peggy has dropped off the meeting. Okay, Karen Shreve. Karen, I see that you do not have an audio connection, so unfortunately I'm not going to be able to unmute your microphone. I do see you typed a comment into the comment box. I will provide that to staff. Let's move on to Jillian. I've sent the request to unmute your microphone.
I'm Jillian Xavier, and I'm with one of the founders of Long Beach Social Equity Entrepreneurs. I just want to thank you guys, thank this panel for being here, for new voices, new minds. We need a lot of work to be done. I want you to know, Director Elliott, that we appreciate you. We know this is going to be a tough job, but we believe that we can overcome, especially when it comes to social equity and local cities. So I'll be talking again on 7. I just want to thank you guys. Thank you.
Thank you, Jillian. And I will circle back to one last commenter that did not hear. Shannon Oscar, I've sent the request to unmute your microphone.
I don't
don't know why it keeps, I'm not adding that request. I did make a written comment just welcoming the members of the Cannabis Advisory Committee and thanking the DCC for the inclusion of a cannabis testing lab representative on the committee. So we applaud you all for your work and thank you and look forward to working with you.
Thank you. And with that, that concludes our request for comments at this time. I will turn the floor back over.
All right, apologies. Can you hear me now? All right, there we go. All right, we will now be moving into introductions of the Cannabis Advisory Committee members. I would like to invite each of you to introduce yourselves. Please turn on your video and briefly share your name and affiliation when I call your name. Let's start with Amber Bauer.
Hello, my name is Amber Bauer. I'm the Executive Director of UFCW, United Food and Commercial Workers States Council. We represent workers in 3 states, California, Nevada, and Arizona, and also represent workers in the cannabis space. And we are actively organizing with 9 locals in California. Thank you.
Thank you, Amber. Terry Brennan. Terry Brennan, are you on?
I am on. I don't know that I'm on video, but Terry Brennan with SEIU California, representing nearly 750,000 working men and women in California. In the cannabis space, it includes security for dispensaries, the people who are responsible, workers responsible for the collection, accounting, and remittance of tax revenue at the state, some lab personnel. And I know I was listening, there was a lot of comment about public health. We represent thousands of members in the public health space, in behavioral health, mental health, and public health, who interface directly with clients and consumers and patients in the cannabis arena. So while there's not a public health official on here, we work regularly with the boots on the ground who are interfacing with Californians in this space. Other than that, it's a learning curve. Happy to be on. Looking forward to hearing more. Thank you.
Thank you, Terry. Dr. Imani Brown.
Hello. Good evening, everyone. Dr. Imani Brown, and I'm the Social Equity Program Director for the Department of Cannabis Regulation in Los Angeles. And I'm very proud to be a part of this committee.
Thank you, Dr. Brown. Jeremy Brown.
Hello, my name is Jeremy Brown. I'm co-owner of Booney Acres, a 10,000 square foot outdoor cultivation farm in Trinity County, and also a Trinity County supervisor for District 4, which goes between Weaverville and the Humboldt County line near Willow Creek. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeremy. Matthew Clifford.
Good morning. I'm Matt Clifford. I'm a staff attorney with Trout Unlimited. We are the nation's largest and oldest nonprofit dedicated to restoring and protecting the nation's cold water fisheries and their habitat. And our involvement in cannabis stems primarily from our work in coastal California to restore habitat for 7 endangered runs of salmon and steelhead native to the state, which is largely in an area that's largely coterminous with, congruent with the kind of hotbed of traditional legacy cultivation in California. So we're really interested in controlling those impacts through enforcement against illegal operations and, control of impacts from legalized ones and, just market conditions and other issues that affect that more broadly. So I really glad to be reappointed to the committee and look forward to continuing to serve. Thanks.
Thank you, Matt. Christine De La Rosa.
Hello, my name is Christine De La Rosa. I'm the CEO and co-founder of the People's Ecosystem. I'm the managing member of the People's Fund. I'm super excited to be part of this committee and really look forward to the work we're going to do together. I also am the DEI committee chair for the National Cannabis Industry Association and also the committee chair for access to capital and diversity, equity, inclusion for the cannabis, for the Federal Cannabis Council, working specifically with the SBA. So really excited to be here and thank you.
Thank you, Christine. Antonio Frazier.
Good morning. My name is Antonio Frazier, president of Sonoma LabWorks, a licensed cannabis laboratory, also testing in hemp, and I look forward to supporting the council as well as potentially being an avenue for the people with concerns of public health and knowing that our legal market does have safe and accurately labeled products, and a lot of the problems that we're looking at here are not really burgeoning from the legal market, but the illicit market. So very happy to be here today.
Thank you, Antonio. Ali Jamalian.
Hi, everyone. My name is Ali Jamalian. I'm the owner and founder of Sunset Connect, San Francisco's first social equity manufacturer and distro. I also represent supply-side social equity operators on the San Francisco Oversight Committee, where I serve as chairman. I'm a local craft cannabis industry veteran and deeply rooted in San Francisco's legacy culture. I've been supplying dispensaries in SF for over a decade, and I was directly affected by the war on drugs when I was arrested, charged, and paroled by the federal government right here in SF. Since then, I was able to reemerge from legacy to social equity, and now we're a recreational market powerhouse here in San Francisco. It is my goal to kind of fulfill our intended purpose of this committee with an emphasis on sensible regulation as opposed to overregulation. As an operator that has their hands in the process on a daily level, I do think that the DCC needs our input to see where we're burdened with regulation and where regulation is effective. Thank you for choosing me to be on this committee. I really look forward to working with you all.
Thank you, Ali. Dr. Ellicott Mathe.
Hello, everyone. My name is Dr. Ellicott Mathe. I am an epidemiologist, a public health professional, and a professor in the NYU School of Medicine. I live in San Francisco, and I am an ongoing affiliate of UC San Francisco and UC Berkeley. I am the lone public health expert on the committee, to which there has been much great reference. I study the health and equity impacts of alternative models of cannabis, legal cannabis regulation, with an emphasis on local city and county policies and impacts on mental health and violence-related outcomes. I am very much looking forward to partnering with all of the members of this committee to identify a successful path to a successful cannabis industry that also protects the public health and welfare of the most vulnerable members of our state. So thank you and good to meet you all.
Thank you, Dr. Mathe. Jeff Merriman.
Hey, good morning, everybody. Jeff Merriman. I'm the director of the Code and Cannabis Compliance Divisions for Nevada County. Nevada County, we're a primarily cultivation-focused jurisdiction with a large population of legacy operators. We have a pretty unique perspective in that we're responsible for both permitting and licensing success, as well as administrative enforcement of illicit cannabis. So we kind of wear two hats. With that, I'm excited to be part of the committee and really looking forward to collaborating with all of you and ensuring the success of cannabis statewide.
Thank you, Jeff. Kristen Nevedal.
Hi, thank you. I'm Kristen Nevedal. I am the director of the County of Mendocino's Cannabis Department. Currently, our department regulates and is responsible for the application review and permitting of cultivation and nursery operations within the unincorporated area of the county. The department also oversees the county's local equity program, which is open to all aspects of the supply chain, licensed or permitted within the unincorporated area of the county. And we also were recipients of the Local Jurisdiction Assistance Grant Program and will be offering direct grant awards to applicants and license holders within the unincorporated area. And I'm thrilled and honored to be serving again on the committee. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Kristen. Sarah Payan Person.
Good morning, everyone. I am Sarah Payan Pearson. I'm the Public Education Officer for the Apothecarium. I'm an educator, writer, and lecturer in both healthcare and higher education. And as a stage 3 colon cancer survivor and former civil rights professional, I educate and advocate for safe access and sound policy. I was the vice chair of the very first legalization task force in San Francisco, and am now a member of the San Francisco Cannabis Oversight Committee, and I'm so very looking forward to working with all my colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Madison Shockley.
Hi, my name is Madison Shockley III. I'm a social equity entrepreneur out of Los Angeles. I serve as the president of CEPC, the Cannabis Equity Policy Council, as well as the treasurer of the Social Equity Owners and Workers Association in Los Angeles. CEPC represents several different regional equity advocacy organizations from across the state. And collectively, we represent over 350 social equity entrepreneurs across the state. Excited to be a part of this committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Madison. Paul Tupi.
Good morning. I'm Paul Tupi, and I'm a Deputy Division Chief with the Department of Alcoholic Beverage Control, and very excited to work with everyone here in the future.
Thank you, Paul. David Woolsey.
Good morning. I'm Sergeant David Woolsey with the San Jose Police Department Division of Cannabis Regulation. I represent local law enforcement and local cannabis regulators. I've been involved with San Jose's cannabis regulatory program since its implementation in 2014, and I'm a prior committee member. We register, monitor, review, and regulate licensed commercial cannabis businesses in San Jose. I look forward to serving on the committee and would like to thank DCC staff for all of their hard work that went into preparing for this meeting and all of our future meetings. Thank you.
Thank you, Sergeant Woolsey. There are also 2 alternatives on the committee for the labor representatives. Let's start for introductions with Matthew Broad.
Hello, I'm pleased to be here. I'm Matt Broad, representing the California Teamsters. We represent workers in cannabis, in distribution, retail, as well as cultivation. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. And finally, Beverly Yu.
Good morning, everyone. Appreciate the opportunity to serve. My name is Beverly Yu. I'm the State Government Affairs Director for UDW AFSCME Local 3930, representing over 155,000 home care and childcare providers throughout California. Many of our home care providers and clients who are older adults and individuals with disabilities choose to use cannabis for medicinal reasons and as therapeutic alternatives to ensure quality of care. We have supported efforts to increase access to legal cannabis shops to meet the needs of Californians, and we strongly support the success of the industry given the revenues that stabilize critical programs throughout California. Look forward to the meeting today. Thanks.
Thank you, Beverly. And that concludes the introductions of the members. At this time, the committee will elect a chair and a vice chair. We'll begin with the chair. As a reminder, the role of the chair, as defined in the proposed advisory committee bylaws, is to facilitate committee meetings consistent with Bagley-Keene Open Meetings Act and utilizing Robert's Rules of Order, to develop meeting agendas in coordination with DCC staff, to coordinate with DCC staff for fulfillment of the committee's work as needed, and to establish subcommittees and determine memberships of the subcommittees. At this time, I'd like to invite nominations either for yourself or for someone else for the role of chair. And I should note any member of
Since
this
no one's
committee
going,
can nominate.
I will nominate myself. I think I have good experience with running efficient meetings. If anyone wants to second that, I would welcome that.
I'll second that, Ali.
Thank you, Sarah.
Are there any other nominations for the role of chair? Okay, the Ali Jamalian is the sole nominee for the position of chair. We will now hold public comment on this agenda item. As a reminder for those making comments, comments are only being taken on this agenda item, the election of the chair. Comments are limited to 2 minutes. You will hear a warning when you have 30 seconds remaining, and members of the public can only speak once during each public comment session. Moderator, will you please open public comment?
Thank you. The Q&A panel is open. As a reminder, we do ask those of you logged into the meeting with a computer or tablet or through the link to please utilize that Q&A feature. Type the word comment into the text box and send that through. Please do not type your comment into the text box, as we will open your mic so that you can provide your comment on the record verbally. For those of you who have called into the meeting, you can dial *3 to raise your hand. Our first comment comes from Paul and Susan Hansberry. Stand by. I will send you the request to unmute your microphone.
Yes, hi, this is Paul Hansberry, and again, I'm sharing the computer with my partner, Susan. I'm wondering if we have the ability to nominate from the floor here, or if it's just the committee members.
Hi, this is Tamara Colson, legal counsel. Nominations must come from the committee.
Just from the committee and not from the floor?
Just from the
I
committee.
wish the committee good luck and congratulations to Ali. Susan?
Hello. Can I be heard?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you very much. This is Susan Tibbin again. Thank you for allowing me to speak. As it's been clarified, nominations cannot come from stakeholders, but must come from the floor. I just wanted to comment that it was notable at the very first CAC meeting that there was only one committee member, who I believe is still on the committee, who was an actual farmer, who actually had her hands in the dirt. And as a long time medicine maker and farmer with Paul, we feel it's really important that that kind of stakeholder is part of the conversation. So hopefully as we go forward in subsequent years, that'll be taken into account. We have respect for the industry as a whole. However, for us farmers who tend to see things like climate change decades before everybody else is aware of it, I think given the state of our planet, it's important that be considered. Thank you.
Yes, I want to remind people that the public comments are simply on the nominations for the chair position. Other items can be brought up with the appropriate agenda item, including number 7 for comments for items not on the agenda.
Thank you. Our next comment comes from Lynn Silver. Lynn, I've sent the request to unmute your microphone.
Thank you, ma'am. This is Dr. Silver again from the Public Health Institute.
With great appreciation for Mr. Jamalian's contributions and dedication to the committee, I would note that this is a regulatory advisory committee, that the chair, and we've been at pretty much every meeting of this committee, has a strong influence over the agenda that is adopted by this committee. And it is therefore not appropriate or ideal for a member of the regulated industry with direct financial conflicts of interest to chair the committee. I would strongly recommend that the committee adopt a chair, either from the union sector or the regulatory sector, or any of the sectors, environmental or public health, which does not stand to have immediate financial benefits from the regulatory process. That would minimize conflicts of interest and establishment of the committee's agenda. With all due respect and appreciation for everyone participating in the committee, of course. Thank you.
Thank you, and that concludes our request for comments at this time. I will turn the floor back over.
Thank you, moderator. Kayla, will you please call the roll, and committee members, when your name is called, please vote for your choice for chair.
Thank you. Committee Member Bao?
I'm sorry, I'm not, is there only one nomination?
Yes.
Yes, the nomination
Okay.
is for Ali Jamalian.
Okay, I support Ali Jamalian.
Thank you. Committee Member Breeden? Committee Member Brennan, can you hear and cast your vote?
Can you hear me? Yeah, I vote aye.
Yes. Thank you. Committee Member Imani Brown?
Vote aye.
Just a
you.
quick
Committee
reminder, this is not a yes or no vote. So you need to vote for the name of the person you're supporting.
Okay, I vote for Ali Jamanian. Dr. Brown.
And then to go back to Committee Member Bauer, can you please cast your vote for chair, saying the name?
Ali Jamalian.
Thank you. Committee Member Brennan?
I vote for Ali.
Thank you. Committee Member Jeremy Brown?
I'll vote for Ali Jamalian. And I would be interested if legal counsel can comment on the public comment that was expressed concerning conflict of interest and what governs someone's conflict of interest within this committee.
Thank you. Committee Member Clifford?
I vote for Ali Jamalian.
Thank you. De La Rosa?
I vote for Ali Jamalian.
Thank you. Committee Member Frazier?
I vote for Ali as well.
Thank you. Committee Member Mathey?
The only option is to vote for Ali Jamalian, correct? Yes. So
The only nominee, correct?
okay. Okay. So I vote for Ali Jamalian. Thank you.
Thank you. Committee Member Merriman?
Yeah, my vote is for Ali Jamalian.
Thank you. Committee Member Nevdal?
I vote for Ali Jamalian.
Thank you. Diane Person?
I vote for Ali Jamalian.
Thank you. Committee Member Shockley?
Mr. Jamalian.
Committee Member Tupy?
I vote for Ali Jamalian.
Thank you. Committee Member Woolsey?
Ali Jamalian.
Thank you. Congratulations, Member Jamalian. You have been elected as chair.
Thank you.
Great, and I can go
Okay,
ahead
we
and
will now
ask-
move on to the election of a vice chair. As a reminder, the role of the vice chair, as defined in the proposed committee bylaws, is to perform the duties of the chair if the chair is absent or otherwise unavailable. At this time, I'd like to open nominations by the committee, either for yourself or someone else for the role of vice chair.
I'd like to nominate myself for vice chair.
I would second that nomination.
I'd like to nominate Imani Brown, Dr. Imani Brown.
decline.
I'd like to nominate Mr. Terry Bernard.
Mr. Brennan, you have been nominated for the role of vice chair. Do you accept the nomination?
I do not. I don't feel like I've got the experience and time to devote to that, so I'd like to withdraw.
Could I please nominate Kristen Nevedal?
I second that.
I believe I was just
Kristen,
nominated
you
for
can-
vice chair. Yes. Is that correct? I heard that correctly.
Yes.
That is correct. Do you accept the nomination?
I will accept that nomination.
Okay, the two nominees at this point are Sarah Pan Persons and Kristen Nevedal. Are there any other nominations for the role of vice chair? Okay, seeing none, we will now open for public comment on this item. Moderator.
Thank you. Again, we are opening the public comment period. The Q&A panel is open. If you'd like to comment, please type the word comment into the Q&A text box. For call-in users, please dial *3 to raise your hand. Our first comment comes from Paul and Susan. I've sent the request to unmute your microphone.
Thank you. Can I be heard?
Yes.
Thank you very much. This is Susan Tibbin again. Thank you for allowing me to speak. As referenced a few minutes ago, without farmers, homesteaders, there would be no cannabis industry, although I suppose we could have giant corporate grows like in Santa Barbara. However, we're much luckier. And in Kristen Nevedal, we have an actual farmer, somebody who understands what it's like, boots on the ground, as my partner said a little while ago. So I'd like to strongly support her and hope that indeed she is our vice chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next comment comes from Lynn Silver. Lynn, I've sent the request to unmute your microphone.
Thank you. This is a process question. I noted that in the previous item, you moved directly from public comment to calling the question on the vote without an opportunity for the committee to discuss the public comment, which then renders the public comment somewhat pointless. So I was just asking if it would not be normal process to open the committee for to take into consideration when public comment is made prior to voting on the item. Thank you.
Yes,
This is
certainly.
Member Clifford. I was actually wondering the same thing.
Okay, so essentially the committee does hear the public comments. If a member of the committee wants to address the public comment, they can do that. And they can speak up and ask to do that if they want to discuss it, on the record versus just thinking about what they've heard. They can certainly request to do that, but without a request to that, we would just go straight to call the question.
To clarify, can additional nominations be made after the public comment or just discussion?
There would have to be a motion to reopen nominations, and then a vote on that motion.
Got it. Thank you.
And our next comment comes from Karen Shreve. Karen, I've sent the request to unmute your microphone.
Hey everyone, can you hear me?
We can.
Awesome. We are also farmers from Northern California. We've been in the industry for over 30 years. We believe that Kristen is a great nomination, and we also think that Jeremy Brown would be a good one as well if you want to reopen that. We believe that our voices really need to be heard. We are not from Southern California. We do not have the authorizations that they have had, and we are all struggling. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next comment comes from Jackie Subek. Jackie, I've sent the request to unmute your microphone.
Hey, good afternoon, morning, everybody. My name is Jackie Subek. I am a licensee down in West Hollywood. I just want to say that I support Kristen Nevedal. The main reason, beyond being that she's a wonderful person, is that she really understands this industry from top to bottom, from a policy perspective and from a business perspective. And I think that she takes into consideration a lot of concepts and ideas and thoughts that perhaps others might not be able to. So I definitely support Kristen in this. Thank you.
Thank you. And Karen Byers, I've sent the request to unmute your microphone. You should see an unmute me button pop up at your end. You'll need to click on that button. Okay, Karen has lowered her hand. Oh, there she is.
Learning curve there on the system.
No problem.
Yeah. So I do support Kristen Nevedal. I feel like she has been involved in the whole development of what's going on now for decades, and her insight and leadership has been appreciated the whole time by myself and others, my community. And I just wanted to say a good word. Thanks.
Thank you, and that concludes the comment requests that we have at this time. I will turn the floor back over.
Thank you, moderator. And then in light of the conversation, I'm going to pause here really quickly in case there's any committee member discussion on these public comments.
Member Clifford has his hand raised.
Yeah, thanks. I'll just say for what it's worth, I worked extensively with Kristen Nevedal in the last advisory committee. I think as she chaired the subcommittee on cultivation, I believe. Attended many meetings with her that she ran. She's got a great depth of knowledge of the industry, is very fair and even-handed, and runs a good, tight meeting and was very productive. And I just want to pass along that experience and say I think she'd make a great vice chair. That's all. Thanks.
All right, with that, we will move into the vote on the vice chair. Kayla, would you mind calling the roll? And committee members, when your name is called, please vote for your choice for vice chair by stating the name of the nominee. As a reminder, our two nominees are Sarah Payan-Persons and Kristen Nevedal.
Thank you, Christina. So we will start with Committee Member Bauer.
I support Kristen Nevedal.
Thank you. Committee Member Brennan.
Kristen Medveval.
Thank you. Committee Member Imani Brown.
I support Kristen Nevedal.
Thank you. Committee Member Jeremy Brown.
Support Kristen Nevedal.
Thank you. Committee Member Clifford.
I'll vote for Kristen Nevedal.
Thank you. Committee Member De La Rosa.
I support Kristen Nevedal.
Thank you. Committee Member Frazier.
I support Christian Nevedal.
Thank you. Committee Chair Jamalian.
I support Sarah Payan.
You, Committee Member Mathey,
I support Kristen Nevedal.
Committee Member Merriman.
I support Kristen Nevedal.
Thank you. Committee Member Shockley.
I support Nevedal.
Thank you. Committee Member Tupy.
I vote Kristen Nevedal.
Thank you. And Committee Member Woolsey.
Kristen Nevedal.
Congratulations, Committee Member Nevedal. You have been elected as Vice Chair.
At this time, we'd like to take a quick 10-minute break to allow staff, committee members, and our court reporter a quick bathroom break. We will resume this meeting at 11:33. All right, members, we will be resuming the Cannabis Advisory Committee meeting, and I will turn over facilitation of this meeting to the newly elected chair, Ali Jamalian.
Thank you, Nicole. All right. Hi, everyone. We're, I think, on to agenda item regarding the bylaws of the committee. So if the committee members would take a minute to review those proposed bylaws and that were part of your meeting materials, and then we'll open the floor for comments and discussions from the members. So I'll leave you a little bit of time to review those bylaws now, with a focus maybe also on the subcommittee parts. I think that'll be part of our discussion, which subcommittees to form, or if we need to add or amend any of those subcommittees. So with that, I would urge you to review those materials, and then we'll open up for discussion. And to my fellow committee members, if any of you have already flagged or marked an item, please feel free to open the discussion anytime.
Yeah, this is Jeremy Brown. I'm curious, under the proposed subcommittee licensing, is that regarding types of licenses or more along the lines of process of licensing in general?
Would the DCC be able to answer that?
Sure. It could be any licensing related topic that the committee wants to take up. So it could be either type, structure. One of the items that I'll flag in my remarks later is that we'll be moving towards a unified licensing system. It could be related to that. Licensing is a fairly broad topic, so the committee could address any of those things.
Okay, it was mostly in relationship to noticing that past subcommittee had been the cottage legacy license. And so I was curious if that would fall under the licensing category or if that leans more into the cultivation side, depending on its interpretation.
I believe Jeff raised his hand as well.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Jamalian. I'd like to volunteer to be assigned to the Cultivation Subcommittee.
Noted. And Ellicott, did you raise your hand as well?
Yes, I did. I have a couple of questions and concerns about the bylaws. So first, the topic of representation on the committee has been repeatedly brought up as a concern, and comprehensive representation is a goal of the committee. But there's nothing in the bylaws that actually specifies what the composition of the committee needs to be. And so I would propose, if that is a concern, which it sounds like it is, that the exact set of interests and backgrounds that need to be represented on the committee be enumerated, and then the number of representatives representing each of those interests be specified in the bylaws, such that we don't end up in this situation where certain interests seem underrepresented. I agree with the comments that have been made about protecting public health and safety as being central to the goals of DCC, and having one person who represents those interests achieving that goal challenging. And so I would propose that some form of structure to the representation of the committee be explicitly included in the bylaws. That's something that we can all agree upon. That's one item. The second is.
Can I speak to that item before you go? Can I speak to that item before you go?
Yeah.
So the committee is created by statute, and in the statute, there are certain areas of interest that there needs to be a committee member for. And so those are enumerated in the statute. So to that extent, the statute controls who has to be on the committee. Additionally, the statute does not provide for a set number and leaves appointments to the director. So legally, those items that you're talking about are within the purview of the director and as enumerated in the statute. So it would be beyond the authority of the committee to adopt bylaws related to that. Now, that does not mean you couldn't make, as you move along, you can agendize at some point potentially recommendations that you guys might want to make regarding, who the committee recommends might, be represented in the committee in the future. But that item, unfortunately, would not be appropriate for your bylaws because it goes beyond the authority of the committee.
Thank you for clarifying that. And I think, Ellicott, if I may just ask, are you speaking of multiple demographics that are not represented, or are you specifically talking about public health and safety?
I'm here representing public health and medicine, and I think me being the only person that does that when there are many representatives from industry just makes it hard for my voice to speak equally. But there were a number of other kind of voices that were raised in the public comment session that the public seemed to feel are underrepresented in the composition of the committee. So I just want to raise that for our discussion.
Thank you for clarifying that. And I also just want to, make a point that the industry probably shouldn't be lumped in as one single entity or one single group. That's not how this industry works. We have manufacturers, we have cultivators, we have retailers, we have distributors, and those are all vastly different, interest groups. So it's not like the industry has one unified group on here that you have to work against. So I hope that we can, with you as a representative, your voice is as important as anybody else's on here. So.
I agree, and I can completely see how each of you have distinct regulatory needs and perspectives. There is a unifying theme of financial interests, but also very distinct experiences and needs.
And I think Kristen had raised her hand next, and then
can I jump in one more? Can I jump in one more time before we move on to the next? Just in that discussion, in terms of how I was mentioning, you can make recommendations for committee composition. That would need to be at a different meeting than today because that's not properly agendized. The bylaws, you can talk about your subcommittees, but that's something that we wouldn't be able to discuss and entertain any motions on in today's meeting. So just want to make that clear so we're all on the same page.
Thank you.
You can move on. Thank you.
Kristen and then Dr. Brown after Kristen, please.
All right, thank you very much, Member Nevedal. And I am wondering about the annual report. So I know we're kind of late in the year with this first meeting. I don't see a report subcommittee, and frankly, even though I've participated in that, I don't know if we ever really established it as a subcommittee, but is there a place or a opportunity during this meeting and potentially this section to ensure that we put together that report subcommittee so we meet the end of the year deadline?
Hi, Kristen. We've worked on the report many years together here. So you can do it two ways. So the bylaws, those committees that are in the bylaws, if you adopt the bylaws with those committees, those are like essentially standing committees that everybody agrees we have to have. However, there's still the ability for the chair to create other subcommittees and appoint people to those subcommittees, which is what was done in the past for the report writing committee in the prior CAC. So even if it's not in the bylaws, there's still the opportunity for that. Does that answer your question? Okay.
I think if I can jump in with one more piece here, particularly for this year's annual report, one of the recommendations that DCC has, which is reflected to some degree in these bylaws, is to allow DCC staff to do a first cut of the annual report for the advisory committee to review and modify as you see fit. That seems like it's of particular interest for this year, where we're going to run into a time frame issue with compiling the report, and it would also take some of the burden off of the committee members to go back and pull things that were decided at previous meetings. So at the very least, we can provide a structure for that report, and then this committee can focus on anything additional or any modifications that they want to make to the report.
And if I may just respond quickly, I apologize, this is Member Nevedal. Thank you for that. I appreciate the explanation, and having written the report with Member Yu for many years, it'll be nice to not have that full responsibility. I mean, from my perspective, so I appreciate that.
Thank you. And with that, I would like to pass it on to Dr. Brown and Sarah Payan after that.
Thank you so much. I just have a clarifying question. Can a committee member sit on multiple committees or just one committee? I don't see that anywhere in the bylaws. I just wanted to get clarification.
As the bylaws are proposed right now, there's no limit to the number of members that can be on a subcommittee.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Sarah, floor is yours, and then back to Ellicott.
Thank you, Chair Jamalian. So the question I had was for number 5, Public Health and Community Impact Subcommittee. Would this also include charitable nonprofits and things such as compassion programs? Because I think those are really important. And Ellicott, I'm really looking forward to working with you. I actually have over 18,000 hours of experience with human beings in cannabis, and I lecture and consult with healthcare professionals and healthcare institutions. So we'll have a lot of great stuff to talk about. I have no skin in the game. I don't even own stock for my company that I belong to. And I believe very strongly in talking about the fact that it is not black and white, it is gray, and it is about creating a safe container for experimentation for the public.
Well said, Sarah. And with that, the floor is yours, Ellicott.
Thank you. Thank you for these helpful comments. I completely agree that we have many common interests, and I look forward to pursuing those together and finding that middle path. I would like to volunteer to chair the Public Health and Community Impacts Subcommittee, and I'm wondering whether whether it's possible to put in the bylaws some sort of advance notice about meeting dates and topics to be discussed so that the members of the committee have adequate time to prepare comments. For me personally, I know that, having a handful of days notice on the comments to be discussed is not enough time to review the relevant scientific literature so that I can bring that to the table and we can all incorporate it into our discussion.
Tamara, could you shed some light upon that? Isn't that regulated by general public hearing rules?
Yes, so Bagley-Keene regulates for state bodies the timetables by which notice has to be given, and that is 10 days prior to the meeting. But we do try to select meeting dates in advance. But so the actual agendas are required to be posted to the public and of course to the committee no later than 10 days prior to the meeting for Bagley-Keene.
So my question is whether we can expand it beyond 10 days, like say 4 weeks or something like that.
If I may, Tamara, just a question on this one. As chairs of subcommittees, I believe, have quite a bit of discretion in setting the agenda of that subcommittee. Is that correct, or is that spoken to in the bylaws?
So correct. So when it comes to the agenda for the whole committee, that would be the chair, and then subcommittee chairs do have abilities to set the agenda. And so that there is some flexibility there. From a legal perspective, I would recommend that you do not put hard deadlines other than using the legal statutory deadlines, because it can significantly tie your hands in terms of having meetings. Sometimes there's a need to, maybe you need to have a meeting and you don't have 4 weeks, but if your bylaws require 4 weeks, then you have a little bit of concern. The other thing is that at these meetings, you'll see, for example, on the end of this agenda, there's a subject matter for discuss where you can make recommendations for agenda items for future meetings, because that's not something you can discuss as a committee offline. That needs, any of your discussions have to be here in the public forum. So there is, and then the bylaws today with the subcommittees, which you're looking at is, are these ones we want to be standing or not? But not necessarily appointing subcommittee members. It's really, today is really the bylaws. But of course, you can certainly express your thoughts on the different committees in any interest. So is that helpful? Does that answer your question?
That's very helpful. Thank you for clarifying. And is the frequency of the committee meetings, is that also dictated by existing statutes, or is that something that subcommittee chairs would determine?
So that's something that would be determined based on whether it's the main committee or the subcommittee, whoever's responsible for that agenda and those meetings. Again, I would recommend you don't put anything in your bylaws that's any different than what the law provides, because then you could have some issues where you want to have a meeting, or issues like, for example, with COVID, there was a need not to have meetings within a certain cadence when everything was shut down. So I would suggest that flexibility, but that gives you the flexibility to do it how you want. And also, you certainly, if you're expecting an agenda topic or one you want to talk about, there's nothing that prohibits you from, in preparation for that, doing some research leading up to any particular meeting.
Thank you for clarifying that. I believe, because I don't see everybody's hands raised, I have to kind of click through it. So I believe Member Brown, Member Clifford, Member Frazier, and Member De La Rosa had some comments. So hopefully I got the order right, but please, the floor is yours, Member Brown.
Thank you very much. I think my question was answered, but it was about, the process for expressing interest in being in or running a subcommittee, and how many members will be in the subcommittees and at which time that will be determined. Thanks.
I think from my understanding, and Nicole or Tamara, please correct me if I'm wrong, but that's going to be an agenda item for the next meeting, correct? And then we can form the subcommittees.
So that would be a better way. So right now it would be the bylaws. However, the chair does have the ability to appoint the subcommittee members. So that doesn't so that gives some flexibility to do that and how that's done. But you're correct. If people want to express interest in different subcommittees, we would need to have that done in one of these meetings and have it be an agenda item at some point going forward, because they can't do that outside of the meeting forum with you.
Thank you. So that being said, I think hopefully at the next meeting, we will be we'll be creating our subcommittees. But that being said, I think all the members should express their interest on which committee they want to be on.
Yeah, well, having said that, I would like to express interest in serving on the cultivation committee, and if not myself, Kristen Neville.
Noted. Thank you, Jeremy. Member Clifford, floor is yours.
Yeah, thanks. I wanted to raise concern about
I think we're having an audio issue.
as I recall from past meetings.
Could you repeat yourself? I think we had an audio issue. Could you just start?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, no, I'll just start over. I wanted to raise concern about 5D. Can you hear me okay now?
Yes.
I'm going to stop my video because I seem to be hiccuping here. But 5D seems to say that members are not allowed to abstain from voting unless it's essentially legally required for some reason. And I don't think I've seen that before in bylaws. I don't think we had it before, because I seem to remember a lot of members abstain. Well, not a lot, but I mean, from time to time, a few members might abstain from a vote for various reasons. Sometimes I just didn't feel like they had enough knowledge to vote on something, et cetera. And I don't know why we wouldn't want to allow them to do that. And so, my preference would be not to have that line in there, but I'm curious to hear opposing views if there are any, but or just justifications. I'm just not sure why that would be in there.
Tamara, would you like to speak to that?
Sure. I think that was not a provision that was in the bylaws for the prior compilation of the CAC. I think, though, it can certainly be in the bylaws, and I think the idea is it would be that we would want, all the people who have been selected to the committee and are there and legally able to vote to vote on the matters and the recommendations to the department.
Okay.
How many voting members are we, if I may ask?
I apologize, you cut out there. Was that a question for
How
me?
many voting members are we?
17.
So it makes sense to
15. I believe it's
avoid a
15.
deadlock, right?
Sure. So the numbers always, yes, it is 15. And then the numbers in terms it is an odd number, and typically that's done to avoid deadlocks or ties. A tie means the motion doesn't pass, but that way it provides the opportunity for a very clear adoption or non-adoption of a particular motion by the committee.
Thank you for clarifying that.
So just to follow up, I don't think deadlock is an issue for the reason that council just said, which is we have a procedure to avoid deadlock, right? Which is a tie means that it doesn't pass. And I guess I don't know that I've ever abstained from a vote just in the interest of transparency. I don't think I have. I might have abstained from a couple. So it's not like a personal interest. I just think that as a matter of practice, if members don't feel comfortable voting on something for lack of knowledge or whatever reason, I think they ought to be able to do that. So I think that ought to come out. If we have to do that by motion, it might be cumbersome and time consuming. So if others are, if that view isn't shared by others, I'm happy to not make such a motion, but I'm just not quite comfortable with that provision.
Well, I think you have a valid point. If you have a lack of knowledge in a subject, you probably shouldn't vote on it. I don't mind backing a motion if you want to change some of that language.
Okay, if I do make a motion, and I don't know, I just know from past history on the committee, we're going to have to take it and run it through public comment, and it's going to take a big chunk of our agenda, and I want to be sensitive to that. So I don't want to do this lightly. So why don't we park that for a minute? And again, if anyone else wants to weigh in, they can. And I'm hesitant to go through that process just because I've seen it eat up a lot of agenda time in the past. So I want to be conscious of the committee's time.
Appreciate that. So with that in mind, I'll pass it on to Member Frazier, please.
Hi, so my question is just want some clarity on the subcommittee composition of membership. Is it only CAC members allowed to be on subcommittees? And I know they're open to public as well, but like, is there a potential there? Because it says in the bylaws we have to have one person on each subcommittee. So does that mean one person may be on the subcommittee, or does that mean there will be other industry or people allowed to join the subcommittee? How does that work? Probably for Tamara or somebody.
Sure, and typically the committee proceeds with only committee members on the subcommittee, and the reason it says one is that's a minimum number, that there would be at least one person on the committee. The number of people on the committee can dictate how the committee meetings are structured, whether or not they're covered by Bagley-Keene. And so the reason for one is that means you at least have a subcommittee.
Got it. And then they're open to public, like just like these meetings are as well, correct?
Yes, if there are, it's the rule of three. So if there are 3 committee members on a subcommittee, it is required to follow the same Bagley-Keene rules as we do for this particular committee. If it is less than 3 on a particular subcommittee, those rules are not mandated and are not required. So you have a little more flexibility there. Does that answer your question?
Yes, it does. And then my follow-up question is for everybody again here. Where would we look to place manufacturing, like label and additive type conversation? There's lots of movement in cannabis right now with what can be allowed in vape carts or even all products in general. Is that meant to be a public health conversation? Or where would we think that would be placed? Like labeling and manufacture are some of the most burdensome things that we deal with currently. I was curious to know, was that intended to be in public health committee, or is it our job to place these things in a public health committee to then go back up to the CAC? Just trying to understand to where we can drive the industry's attention and focus to for certain topics.
Well, I think the subcommittees are a very good platform to do that. And given that we're going to be creating these subcommittees, obviously the goal would be to put people that are in touch with the industry for that particular subcommittee's task, right? So when we have a cultivation, when we have a member from cultivation in Trinity that's part of the cultivation subcommittee, then we know that outdoor and craft is represented, and we probably would want someone from the indoor community on that as well, and then someone from the social equity community. But that's kind of up to the subcommittee members then to form their committees and the purposes, right?
So I would love an opinion then from the committee. Does anyone think there's a place for manufacturing labeling, how we're communicating to the public as well? I mean, is that more public health? Does everyone agree that that would be encompassed in number 5 there with the public health?
Fraser, as someone that is pretty deep into manufacturing, noticed that right away as well, that cultivation had their own, retail had their own committee, but we are missing a manufacturing committee. And given how the impact of packaging requirements and any label change requirements immediately impact manufacturing more than anybody, and I think there was a public comment to that earlier as well about tinctures, I will definitely, there will be a manufacturing subcommittee. So
do we need to move to make that motion, or do we need to, I mean, is it the time?
I think as chair, I get to form the subcommittees, but correct me if I'm wrong, Tamara.
Sorry, a little unmute problem there. That is correct. Under the bylaws as proposed, the chair would be the one who can form those subcommittees.
So committee member Fraser, you've been heard and noted, and I agree with you wholeheartedly. With that, I would like to pass the floor to Christine De La Rosa.
Hello. I noticed also in the subcommittee things that there's nothing in the subcommittee for capital, like access to capital, public partnerships. And I think that that's going to be really important. As everybody knows, the farmers are really suffering with the new the regulations as they currently stand. And I know we're going to be talking about that. But one of the most important things I think is to figure out how we're going to back them up with actual capital. And in the world of California, we're one of the richest states. There is never been an industry in the history of the US where it hasn't been supported by the government. So like steel, cars, electric cars, solar power, wind power, all had huge incentives, huge things. And I think that that's going to be coming. And although it might seem far away, I think we should be talking about it now and coming with some suggestions, not only to the state, but also to the communities about how they might have access to capital, and access to public-private partnerships together for the people that actually need access to capital. And so being that there's not a subcommittee for that, I think that would be an important subcommittee to really start thinking through how do you get money to farmers? What subsidies can you get? I know people are like, you can't do that with cannabis. You may not be able to do it today, but the recommendations we give today might be the thing that in 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, hopefully not that long, um, people will recognize as being a roadmap on how to get this capital that can't be given right now. I understand. I just think it's an important subcommittee to start thinking through that.
I'd like to add to that. First of all, I've had the pleasure of working with Christine, and I know how well versed you are in the field of finance. But finance committee is something that I also noticed that was missing, because the lack of access to banking actually makes our communities way more unsafe than a dispensary that opens with floodlights and 2 security guards and 5 cameras outside. So that makes a community way safer. But the fact that we're a cash-based industry makes it very difficult. So the banks are ultimately making us a little bit unsafe. And to your point about California being the biggest cannabis market in the world, but also a very important economy, I strongly am in support of a finance committee that would kind of have a little bit of a broader mandate, however, not just access to capital, but also access to safe banking, and really pushing for recommendations that create a California bank. Other states have it. Massachusetts has done it. Colorado has done it. We can't be behind on that. So, yeah, I'm aligned with you there, and I'm sure all the other members would echo that.
Ali, would you mind, before you move on, really quickly, there's been a lot of conversations about specific subcommittees, so I just want to make sure that the committee members are looking at these bylaws in the full scope of what this full advisory committee will do. The committees that are outlined in the bylaws are the committees that will be standing committees. They will be sort of established year-round until the bylaws are amended. There is also opportunity for the chair to designate ad hoc committees that could run for a year or 2 years, a meeting, any version of a shorter period of time that this committee desires for any specialized topics or anything that is sort of the moment and not a standing committee. There are also opportunities to engage in discussion about any of these items, whether it's banking, labeling, public health, anything else that is of interest to this committee during the committee meeting. So that will be part of the agenda setting for the full committee meetings. So part of what Ali, you will be responsible for as chair is thinking through what needs to be a subcommittee for some of that more detailed discussion, what needs to be agendized for a full discussion of the committee. And then this group today, right now, is talking about what is needed as a standing committee that should be memorialized in these bylaws. So I hope that provides a little bit of clarity. Just because it's not in the bylaws doesn't necessarily mean that it is not a committee that can be formed or a topic that can be discussed. And so for this conversation, I would encourage this group to focus on what are the standing committees that need to be memorialized in these bylaws so that this set of bylaws can be adopted. And then this committee can also talk about potentially adding an agenda item for the next meeting to talk about what types of ad hoc committees are needed, or the chair can take on that task himself.
Thank you, Christine. Yeah, I think the goal is now to move through the item and either adopt or amend, right? because of the two committees that were just mentioned, manufacturing and a finance one, I would probably be in favor of adding those two, just because those are overarching categories that are just kind of missing in there. It just seems incomplete without those subcommittees. So I think with that, I would suggest we open for public comment on, or do you guys want to go through any of the other bylaw points before we open up for public comment? It seemed that that was the most pressing one in addition to the voting point D. Is there anything else that I'm missing that you guys want to discuss? I think everything else is pretty standard.
So just to clarify, this is Member Clifford, what would we be opening public comment on? The entire bylaws or something more specific?
Correct, the entire bylaws. Because you had already pointed out point 5, which was voting, right? I
Right.
don't see any issues with agenda setting, meeting structure, or quorum. So yeah, I think the idea is to open public comment for voting on for adopting the bylaws. And I think
Sorry, can I ask one more clarifying question?
sure.
So there in the bylaws, there are a couple of powers that are restricted to the chair and the DCC director that I would have thought would have been things that are in the hands of the full committee. And so I'm just trying to but maybe this has been established for a long time. So I'm just trying to understand why they would be in the hands of those two and not the full committee. So it's the power to determine the agenda, the power to establish subcommittees, to name the subcommittees, and then determine their membership. Why wouldn't those things be controlled by the full committee?
Every committee I've ever been on, that's been the role of the chair, but I'm sure Tamara can let us know why they're structured that way. And I'm assuming that's also in statute, right?
That part is not in statute, but in practice, that's typically how your boards and committees work at the state level. It allows for things to move forward, even when there's not a full committee meeting. So keep in mind that if it's in the hands of the full committee, the only way you could set an agenda would be at the prior committee meeting. And so there's no flexibility there at all to kind of, to get in. So you would set an agenda, but you might not have a meeting for several months. And there may be other items that come up that make sense to put on an agenda more quickly, but you would be unable to do that. And you can't do that at the meeting itself because of the notice requirements to the public as to the content of the agenda. So in order for the committee to function, that is typically why we use that, because of those legal constraints. We can't have you all have any communications about those things outside of the full committee meeting. So that's the reasoning, and that's the typical practice you'll see at most state boards and committees, so that the business can continue on, and that when you get to full committee meeting, you do have an agenda and you can move forward with what's important, and anything that's changed maybe that should be addressed since that last meeting.
Got it. That's very helpful. Thank you.
Any other member comments or questions?
Yeah, if I may, Chair Jamalian, this is Member Nevedal.
Of course.
Thank you. I wanted to just maybe take a moment, and my experience with subcommittees is that they have been fluid and they have served the committee, I think, in the public well, being somewhat fluid. We've seen over the last couple of years subcommittees develop and sit one meeting, sit multiple meetings, develop as needs arise. So I really support this opportunity for the chair to create subcommittees as we have issues that come in front of the CAC or that need to be addressed. I think it's worked really quite well. I also wanted to just speak a little bit to Member Clifford's question about abstaining from a vote. I was a little surprised to see the language in there too, but I actually do support it. We're quite a large body, and it seems like on some issues there were a number of folks or members in the past that had abstained, which made kind of the conversation challenging, and from a report perspective, a little bit hard to kind of respond back to the legislature what occurred, and the public what occurred. So while it seems a little bit odd, I do support that. I also think I would like to make a motion to accept these bylaws. And I support having a motion in place before we go to the public for comment, if we could please.
Yeah, this is Member Clifford. I'll second that motion. That was going to be my comment as well. So I think we need to have a motion on the table before, as I understand it, before we go to public comment, which would be to adopt the bylaws. And just I'll say parenthetically, I don't feel strongly enough about the abstention issue to make a separate motion on that. So I will not do that. I do kind of wonder as a point, like, what are we going to do if someone just won't? What if someone doesn't vote? Like, are they deemed to vote no or something? But I don't think it's. I think we have substantive issues to discuss, and I don't think it's the best use of our time. So, I'll second the motion and leave it at that.
Can I just clarify the motion real quickly? Member Nevedal, was it to adopt the bylaws as drafted?
Correct.
Okay. And that was this, and the second was from Clifford. Great, thank you.
And we get, so do we open for public comment before we take a vote on the motion?
Yes, you do.
So with that,
We have committee comments waiting as well.
I
Yes, committee comments as well.
I appreciate Vice Chair Nevedal's point of view. She served on this committee, so I'm perfectly fine with your motion as well. And the ability to make subcommittees to keep it fluid. I'm a big proponent of flexibility. So with that, we could open public comment.
This is the moderator. We've opened the Q&A panel. As a reminder, if you'd like to comment on the proposed bylaws, you can click on that Q&A icon, type the word comment into the text box and send that through. Please do not type your comment into the box, as we will ask you to verbally state it for the record when I open your microphone. If you have called into the meeting, you can dial *3 to raise your hand. Our first comment comes from Paul and Susan. I've sent the request to unmute your microphone.
Hi, yes, this is Paul Hansberry. Listening to the comments about the bylaws, it seems to me that there is a lot of overlap, especially when it comes to, say, manufacturing, labeling, and healthcare, and all these different things. There's different issues that are arisen that overlap, and so those sorts of topics could be addressed individually and separately at the different subcommittees. As far as the abstention, I think that Member Clifford has a very good point about abstaining if you don't have enough information or don't feel you have enough knowledge about the topic, or you're confused about it. There was a situation in one of the meetings past where people didn't understand what was going on and what they were exactly voting on, and the measure failed because it didn't have the votes. But if they had understood thoroughly, it would have passed to go to the BCC. So abstaining, if realizing that you don't have enough information to vote, certainly makes sense. So I would take another look at that as to whether you could vote, because what happens if the person isn't present? Are they considered a no vote, or is that an abstention? I don't understand the logic behind taking away the abstention. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next comment comes from Jillian. And Jillian, I've sent the request to unmute your microphone.
Thank you. I'm Jillian Xavier. I agree on the bylaws with manufacturing. Banking is a big issue. There's a lot of predatory stuff going on there, but we also need to talk about testing. I'm the first woman to open a testing lab in the city of Long Beach, and there's so many complexities in testing. So we need some representation there as well. Thank you.
Thank you. And our next comment comes from Lindsay Robinson. Lindsay, I've sent the request to unmute your microphone.
As Industry Association, we would be highly supportive of a manufacturing subcommittee as well as a finance and banking subcommittee, if that was applicable, and testing as well, as the last caller suggested. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next comment comes from Dr. Raquel Kalajian, I've sent the request to unmute your microphone. You will need to click the unmute me button that appears at your end in order to unmute. Oh, there you go.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure this comment is the agenda 7, because I don't want to make a comment I'm supposed to again.
So yes, we are not yet on agenda item 7. This is public
Can you
comment
hear me?
exclusive for the bylaws.
Okay, then I'll wait till agenda 7. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next comment, excuse me, comes from Lynn Silver. Lynn, I've sent the request to unmute your microphone.
Thank you. I wanted to say on behalf of the Public Health Institute that we strongly support the inclusion of the Public Health Committee in the bylaws. We would encourage the adding protection of youth to the name. So the previous committee was Public Health and Youth. This says Public Health and Community Impact, but I think it is important to call out the protection of our children and youth in the mission of the committee. I would also suggest respectfully that the committee may wish to consider specifying in the bylaws, not necessarily controlling the whole agenda, because I think Ms. Colson highlighted some of the issues, but the ability of the full committee to place an item on the agenda for subsequent meetings, and similarly the ability of a subcommittee chair to place an item on the agenda of the subcommittee. So that issues that are of concern to committee members can be assured a place in the discussion process. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next comment comes from Karen Byers. I've sent the request to unmute your microphone.
Yes, I'm here to comment on a subcommittee type I would like to see added as the and that would be for cannabis events. I have a cannabis event organizer's license, and we're really a very underdeveloped part of the industry because of the fact that we, up until 2019, we didn't really even have a license type to apply for. You could just get the temporary ones. And then in 2020, we were the only part of the cannabis industry that was not allowed to continue because of the pandemic. So as we have a chance to move forward, I feel like that we're really far behind in what we need to have developed, that in particular concerning that the current model is really just for large events, and we need a model that will work for a variety of events. And I'll stop here, but it'll be something I'll be talking about a lot as these committee meetings go on, the importance of developing cannabis events and their relationship to cannabis tourism for the state of California. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next comment comes from Kenny Morrison. I've sent the request to unmute your microphone. Kenny, you should see a pop-up at your end with an unmute me button. You'll need to click that button to unmute your microphone.
The Cannabis Manufacturers Association. I'm the president. We very much support the idea of a manufacturing subcommittee for CAC. Thank you.
Thank you. And Wade Laughter, I've sent the request to unmute your microphone.
Yes, Wade Laughter here. I want to speak up for the folks who actually need cannabis. I love the way the recreational market is flourishing to some extent, but cannabis was legalized because there are people who actually need cannabis for some of the therapeutic benefit they see from it. And I'm kind of concerned as a person who came into cannabis fairly late in my life because of medical need on my part. I don't want the public health interest in a subcommittee to only be represented by folks who are extremely concerned and afraid for children. And, you know, there's a whole conversation to be had there. But I would like the committee to remember that we legalized cannabis because there are people throughout the state of California who actually need some of the products that are made by the legal cannabis market. Thank you for your time. And I just want to speak for patients because I am one myself. Thank you.
Thank you, and that concludes all the requests for comment that we have at this time. I will turn the floor back over to the chair.
Thank you, Tamara. Thank you to the public for your comments. And I think as we go on, you will see that many of the interests that you're concerned about are represented on this committee, on this board. With that being said, I think we have a motion on the floor to adopt the bylaws as they are. That motion has been seconded. So could we get a vote on that, please?
Yes, we can, members. This vote is going to be to adopt the proposed committee bylaws. Just as a reminder, this is a yay or nay vote, so you don't need to say words, just yay or nay. Starting with Committee Member Bauer.
Yay.
Thank you. Committee Member Brennan.
Yay.
Thank you. Committee Member Amani Brown.
Yay.
Thank you. Committee Member Jeremy Brown.
Yay.
Committee Member De La Rosa. Committee Member De La Rosa, are you with us? Committee Member De La Rosa, you are muted. I will circle back with her. Committee Member Frazier.
Yay.
Thank you. Chair Jamalian.
Yay.
Thank you. Committee Member Mathey.
Yay.
Thank you. Committee Member Merriman.
Yay.
Thank you. Vice Chair Nevedal.
Yay.
Thank you. Committee Member Payan Person.
Yay.
Committee Member Shockley.
Yay.
Committee Member Tupy.
Yay.
Committee Member Woolsey.
Yay.
Motion passes.
Oops, and this is
Oh,
member,
I'm sorry.
this is
Committee
member
member-
Clifford, and I think you skipped me.
Oh, did I skip you? I'm sorry.
No, that's no
Committee Member
problem. I
Clifford.
just want to go on record. I'll vote aye or yay. Thanks.
Thank you. And I'm sorry, Committee Member De La Rosa, are you able to unmute and can we have your vote, please? I will mark De La Rosa as not being present. Motion still passes.
Thank you. And that concludes that agenda item. According to the agenda, I believe we would have a lunch break now and then a presentation from the DCC. Is that correct?
Yes, I believe we do need to take a break.
Yes, and when we return, the next agenda item will be public comment for items not on the agenda, and then we'll move into DCC presentation.
That sounds good. So are we taking a 30-minute break?
Yeah. What is the break time that we're estimated here? 30 minutes, hour?
If everyone can plan to take a 30-minute break and we will reconvene at 1 p.m.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Chair Jamalian. May I do a verbal roll call to make sure that you have all of your members back?
That would be great. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, as I call your name, just state present. Committee Member Bauer.
Present.
Thank you. Committee Member Brennan.
Present.
Thank you. Committee Member Broad. Or I'm sorry, Committee Member Imani Brown. Committee Member Imani Brown, are you back? We'll circle back with her. Committee Member Jeremy Brown.
Present.
Thank you. Committee Member De La Rosa.
Present.
Thank you. Committee Member Frazier. Okay. Committee Member Mathey.
Present.
Thank you. Committee Member Merriman.
Present.
Thank you. Vice Chair Nevedal.
Present.
Thank you. Committee Member Pyan Pearson.
Present.
Thank you. Committee Member Shockley.
Present.
Thank you. Committee Member Tupy.
Present.
Thank you. Committee Member Woolsey.
Present.
Thank you. Committee Member Imani Brown, I see you're back on. Are you present? So I still have Committee Member Imani Brown out. Committee Member Frazier, are you back on and present? Okay. Quorum is still established.
Thank you. And I think the next agenda item is the most pressing one for the public. That's agenda item number 7, public comments for items not on the agenda. Do you want to should we have a discussion first, or does that go straight to public comment because the agenda item is public comment?
If committee members have something to say, you can, but typically you would go straight to public comment for them to express their comments. And just a reminder that these are public comments on things that are not already on the agenda, and that it is not a question and answer session. It's just for the public to make their comments. The committee cannot take any action, either discussion or any motions related to the public comments not on the agenda today.
So it's really just a public comment section for the public and the industry stakeholders to voice their concerns about items not on the agenda. With
That is correct. That is correct.
Open up for public comment then, right?
Yes, yes. And then the committee will hear that information and can think about it and process it, but there's no action that is agendized for today other than hearing the comments.
Thank you for clarifying that, Tamara. With that, we'll open to general public comment.
Thank you. This is the moderator. I have reopened the Q&A panel. If you'd like to make a comment for items that are not on today's agenda, you may do so by clicking on that Q&A icon. Simply type the word comment into the text box and submit that to our panelists. If you're calling into the meeting, you may dial *3 to raise your hand. Our first comment comes from Zachary Weiner, and stand by. I have sent the request to unmute your microphone.
Yes. Okay, I'm just going to go ahead. Good afternoon. My name is Zach Weiner, the legislative aide for the California Cannabis Industry Association. There are 3 items CCIA would like to bring forward. The first is the hemp report required in AB 45, which was supposed to be released by July 1st, 2022. The DCC was tasked with presenting a framework for subsequent regulation to address dual use and integration of hemp into the cannabis supply chain. We strongly urge the CAC to add this to a future agenda and for the DCC to prioritize the release of this report so the state can move forward with comprehensive regulations regarding hemp. The second is the GoBiz Cannabis Equity Grant Report. Similarly, GoBiz was statutorily mandated to publish its Cannabis Equity Grant Program Report detailing the health and success of the Equity Grant Program by July 1st, but that report has not been made public. While we acknowledge this responsibility falls on GoBiz and not the DCC, we understand the department must play a vital role in the production of this report. Please address this issue at a future meeting. The third item is the recent proposal to adopt regulations for a standard cannabis method. CIA's Quality Control Committee identified a number of serious issues with the proposed method. These issues could significantly impact public safety and were presented in great detail to the DCC in our public comments on August 2nd. Chief among these concerns is the requirement that labs use a single method to test all product types. As currently drafted, this regulatory limitation could result in the underreporting of THC potency for some products like gummies, hard candies, and beverages, an outcome we know will lead to a public health and safety disaster. The authorizing language in SB 544 affords the department the flexibility to establish more than one method for testing. We strongly recommend prioritizing this issue on a future agenda. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Our next comment comes from Eddie Franco. Eddie, I've sent the request to unmute your microphone.
Thank you, committee members and DCC staff. I'm Eddie Franco, Senior Compliance Manager for Cannabis, a licensed cannabis distributor and California's leading cannabis wholesale platform. I oversee our regulatory and policy priorities, ensuring Cannabis operations are fully compliant with the state's evolving cannabis laws and regs. I first want to thank DCC leadership for reconvening these ongoing meetings and congratulate new and returning members of this committee. This has been a long time coming. While our industry has developed greatly in the years since the implementation of Prop 64, there's still many crucial issues that must be addressed in the coming year to ensure the sustainability of our legal market. Namely, we at Cannabis look forward to further collaboration and hope that the committee addresses topics such as collections issues and outstanding accounts receivable that is being experienced across the supply chain, particularly at the distribution level, but really is being felt across. Lack of regulatory oversight in this area thus far has led to severe financial bottlenecks across the industry that is being felt. There's also much needed discussions around reform to the state's track and trace program to better ensure California's current system that we're using is meeting the stated goals of Prop 64 and of the subsequent legislation. And of course, there's a number of other ongoing topics that this committee has addressed in the past and hope they continue to address, such as local permitting, environmental review processes, security and employee safety, enforcement against illicit businesses, and of course, support for our social equity community, just to name a
30
few.
seconds.
Just thanks again to the DCC and these committee members again for coming together. Looking forward to continued meetings and yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next comment comes from Paul and Susan. I've sent the request to unmute your microphone.
Hello, this is Susan Tibbin, Lovingly and Legally. In 2017, when we asked former Director Ajax, what about the hundreds of small businesses, the home businesses, she said, oh, they had never considered that. They'd never thought of it. So here we are, 5-6 years later, we're still shut out, and we are losing by the day dozens and dozens of bedrock cultivators, people who built this newly taxed and regulated really way of life. So without the ability to have a real micro business where a farmer can operate or as she or he has done for decades, seed to shelf, making a living, paying fair taxes for flowers and value-added products, without a genuine micro business license, we're going to assuredly continue to lose people who are still hanging on. We're going to certainly see diminished taxes, continued fraying of our communities. The social fabric as well is unraveling. Welfare rolls are going to grow, and the kinds of opioid and fentanyl disasters that we see in the Northeast are sure to follow. This doesn't have to happen. The present license structure really does nothing for the very small operator. It has created a short-term promise of really big tax dollars from huge corporate grows. But right now, those are unsustainable, both in terms of our grid and water situation, and that situation is not going to get better. So small homesteaders. For decades, we've faced fire and drought, climate change. We saw climate change decades ago, so we've had no
30
choice
seconds.
to implement best practice. A new license can be crafted to suit the concept that pioneered this industry. A real cottage micro business needs to be agendized immediately, and we hope that's going to be an in-person meeting so the committee can gauge the tenor and approval of stakeholders rather than relying on impersonal electronic statements that may not fully resonate. Thank you very much, and thank you for your work. Paul,
Thank you. Our next comment comes from Rick Martinelli. Rick, I've sent the request to unmute your microphone.
Hi, thank you. My name is Rick Martinelli, and I represent Annie Gold Management. We are a tincture manufacturer. I'd like to address proposed regulation 17302.1 that caps tinctures at 2 fluid ounces. Our business exists solely on the sale of tinctures over 2 fluid ounces, and the entirety of our business model was based on regulations that have been in place since the inception of regulated cannabis in California. For the DCC to arbitrarily change this regulation without providing any evidence as to why it's necessary is not only poor policy, but it's unethical. To allow businesses to invest millions of dollars to create companies based on existing regulations and then removing those same regulations, effectively forcing tax-paying businesses to close their doors is morally irresponsible and not in line with the intentions of Prop 64. This arbitrary regulation change will dramatically impact our business and other businesses in California and will not only lead to lost tax revenue for the state, but statewide job losses, including potentially mine. I am the sole provider for a family of 4, including a special needs child. And while this regulation may seem small in the grand scale of California cannabis regulations, its impact will be felt in a very real way for businesses and families throughout the state. If capping the allowable fluid ounces for infused tinctures is a priority for the DCC, I'd like to propose an 8 fluid ounce cap, which is much more reasonable for existing tincture businesses and less detrimental to Californians who rely on the sale of these products. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And I do understand that Paul also had a comment. I apologize. I heard him chime in just as I closed the mic. I will reopen your microphone. And this is for Paul.
Oh, thank you very much. I appreciate your attention to that. So when Prop 64 passed, we were very concerned, but there was one thing that gave us a little bit of hope. There was a provision for a microbusiness. We believed that this was going to be the savior for the small operator. Unfortunately, it didn't work out that way. The people in charge of writing the regulations interpret the statute in such a way that there's no micro in microbusiness at all. The DCC has the authority to create new licenses, which we have submitted to this committee on numerous occasions, an outline for a pilot program to test the waters for this license. Some large corporate operations are going bankrupt or growing vegetables now. There's a trend now called a buyer's club, which third-party companies, such distributors, create a pay-to-play center for corporate brands to showcase their brands, and these buyers clubs wine and dine the local dispensary buyers to schmooze and coerce with incentives to purchase sponsored products. There's nothing illegal about this. However, the small operator has no legal way to compete against this, and dispensaries have had small operators on their shelves are now being discontinued to make room for the buyers club products so that the dispensary buyer can collect more rewards and points and perks. Most distributors are struggling and demanding minimum orders just to transport product to retailers. It's financially unfeasible, and therefore most distributors are unwilling to promote, let alone sell such small batches. Distros need to make money to stay afloat and provide necessary services that in many cases small operators will not survive without the necessary licensure required to produce and sell their products with common sense regulations proportionate to their scale. We strongly urge the committee to agendize a microbusiness license and pass recommendations to the DCC because the small operator is vanishing. The large corporate operators are fighting both tooth and nail against any and all competition. Please, let's get a license where we're promised a true microbusiness instead of a workaround for well-funded corporate vertical integration before it's too late. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next comment comes from Jillian. I've sent the request to unmute your microphone.
Yes, I'm Jillian Xavier. I'm the owner of Draglow Cannabis Testing Lab. I have my local authorization and business license with the city of Long Beach. I'm the first woman to open a testing lab there, but I want to talk to you about the detrimental reliance that the city of Long Beach is trying to impose on social equity applicants. The grants, they promised to give us $445,000 to get into the business. They had a manager that came and said, y'all don't need all that money. So for me to open a lab, I'm down to 57,000. I am in a lease. I cannot open with that type of money. What I would like the committee, the director to do is to look into the City of Long Beach Cannabis Oversight Committee. The mayor and his constituents passed the change of grant late at night, so the public was not there to be able to speak up. I'm in a lease for 5 years. I'm not going to be able to open my testing lab. That's not right. They're saying go get an investor. These investors are predators. We have non-social equity people who have dispensaries in Long Beach looking for social equity so they can, grab onto us. We need ownership. We're in this business because we have been the ones that's been hurting us that got locked up for cannabis. But the only people making money is the people that locked us up. The only people making money is the people, the big corporations. We're being left
30
in the dust.
seconds.
We're being left in the dust, and I would like for you guys to look into the City of Long Beach Cannabis Oversight Committee. An investigation needs to be done on the underhanded and the detrimental reliance they're trying to impose on social equity entrepreneurs. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next comment comes from Thomas Mulder. Thomas, I've sent the request to unmute your microphone. Thomas, I can see you're unmuted, but we cannot hear you.
I wanted to clarify, can you hear me?
We can hear you now.
Okay, thank you. So up here in Humboldt County, Thomas Mulder, CEO of Humboldt Redwood Healing, active community member, definitely understand the deep culture of the legacy that was built or helped build this industry up here in the Emerald Triangle. Myself, as well as many other cultivators, have preached about following the regulated industry and asking for, building trust with the government and trying to come together for shared common goals about, health and human safety, better communities, all those kind of things. Over this summer, I feel that the DCC has once again broken that trust. I think it started with the CDFA when when they took away the 1 acre cap and didn't really give legacy operators that foothold into the marketplace that they had promised. But then again, this year, they're doing that. There has been unannounced inspections, unannounced armed inspections taking place up here in the Emerald Triangle. There's years, decades of trauma, generations of trauma of law enforcement doing different things, walking into properties, hurting properties, hurting people, hurting children, children held at gunpoint. When are we going to stop this? I don't even know. I'm really passionate about this, but when are we going to stop this?
30 seconds.
Attacking cultures. You already cut Sohum out of the equity qualifier as just living here. You got to support small operators because they support community. Really work towards building that trust, because what you have done right now does not build that trust. Thank you.
Thank you. And just as a gentle reminder, if you've already submitted a request for comment, please do not submit subsequent requests. Please know that we have many people lined up waiting to comment. We are currently at almost 30 plus. We do have your requests. We will get to you. We're processing them in the order that they are received in the Q&A panel. Once I get through the Q&A panel, I will revert over to the hand raises that have not been cleared through that Q&A panel as well. Our next comment is going to be from Joanna Cedar. Joanna, I've sent the request to unmute your microphone.
Hello.
We can hear you.
Great, thank you. My name is Joanna Cedar. I am the Hemp Policy Associate at Eden Enterprises, a vertically integrated cannabis and hemp company. AB 45 requires that the DCC prepare a report about hemp-derived cannabinoids in California and how they should be regulated to protect public health and safety. AB 45 further requires that the DCC produce this report by July 1st, 2022. This statutory deadline has passed. This is important because final form hemp-derived intoxicating cannabinoid products can be far more intoxicating than their highly regulated cannabis-derived counterparts, but are unregulated, untested, untaxed, not age-gated, have no restrictions on packaging or labeling, are not subject to track and trace requirements, have no government warnings, need not display the universal symbol, have no child-resistant packaging requirements, frequently mimic traditional CPG products, are sold through e-commerce into California, even if not grown or processed here, and in concentrations that far exceed that which is allowed in the regulated cannabis market. Regulated cannabis edibles in particular cannot compete against products 3 times the potency and 1/3 of the cost, advertised as dispensary grade delivered to your door.
30
The
seconds.
data show that the real public health emergency, especially among youth, and I direct this specifically to the Public Health Institute, is not regulated cannabis, but unregulated hemp. This is the reason why AB 45 mandated the report for the public and the industry can pursue informed decision making and protect public health and safety. So let us use this forum, the Cannabis Advisory Committee, and the newly formed Manufacturing Subcommittee, and set up an ad hoc to engage in deliberative dialogue among all stakeholders to promote
Time
the
has
general
expired.
welfare. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next comment comes from Erica Oseki. Erica, find you on our list. I've sent the request to unmute your microphone.
Committee, and congratulations to the chair and vice chair on your election today. My name is Erica Osoiki. I am the Quality and Compliance Manager with Kiva Brands. And thank you to Director Elliott for convening this meeting. During the year of turbulent regulatory change, the most change we've seen and since the implementation of Mount Cursa, the absence of this forum has not gone unnoticed. There are 2 items Kiva would like to highlight today. The first is the department's failure to produce the hemp report required by AB 45 by the July 1st statutory deadline. The department was tasked with providing a framework to address dual use and integration of hemp-based cannabinoids into the cannabis supply chain. We strongly urge the department to prioritize the release of this report and encourage the committee to add this item to a future agenda in order to provide informed advice to the department about comprehensive regulations to incorporate use of hemp products into the cannabis supply chain. The other concerns the department's approach to proposed regulations for a standard potency test method. Kiva raised serious public health and safety concerns about how the proposed use of a single extraction method to test THC potency will result in the incomplete capture of cannabinoids in a variety of edible products. As a result, product manufacturers will add more cannabis to meet potency claims, and this overformulation may result in unexpected and potentially hazardous consumption experiences. Kiva believes this presents an alarming and potential serious problem. SB 544 provides the department with power to create more than one method, but the department has reaffirmed their commitment to a single standard. Public health and safety demands that the department authorize more than one sample preparation and extraction method for edible products. We respectfully request the committee's agenda for this item for future discussion to determine what science, standards, or other data the department relied upon when proposing a standard that could have serious impacts to consumer health and safety. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next comment comes from Dr. Raquel Kalajian. I've sent the request to unmute your microphone.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, I would just like to state for the record that keeping LQC recoveries at 70 to 130% regardless of matrix or detection method, will allow 30% error on all test methods, negating any effectiveness standardizing will accomplish. My second issue is the standardizing of all the methods and having a single method for extraction and implementing all these new methods after the labs have spent the last 4 years validating to the previous regulations. Every change in the regulations has cost the labs hundreds of thousands of dollars. This latest change will add additional costs to the already burdened labs, pinning labs against each other and reducing the effectiveness of the labs, which is supposed to be the enforcement body of the regulations. Every time there's a regulation like going cleaning and all the unscrupulous labs giving bad information because they're going to be catering to their clients rather than catering to the regulations, because at this point the labs are tapped out and out of money. Lastly, I want to make a point on metric. Metric should be, all the information on metric should be open to all cannabis members, not just the DCC. We as labs need to see what other labs are reporting so that we can then enforce and inform the DCC of unscrupulous labs puffing up THC
20
numbers.
seconds.
Good labs have continuously reported these issues to the DCC and they have fallen on deaf ears. I just want to add one more time for the record, keeping a 70 to 30% recovery will introduce a 30% error, which will negate all standard methods. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next comment comes from Alec Erwig. Alex, I've unmuted your microphone or sent the request for you to unmute your microphone.
Hello. Thank you for letting me speak again. I'll just kind of bullet point it because I did speak a little earlier. So basically, since Prop 64, we've had a lot of consistent changes, meaning nothing really sticks. You know, new department, new advisory committee, lots of new regulations for legal operators who pay their taxes and licensing fees. This change in section 17302.1 of the manufacturing regulations would be extremely detrimental to companies such as the one I work for. The change would cap all the cannabis tinctures to 2 fluid ounces, and that would affect a lot of businesses and nearly 100 products. Non-alcoholic tinctures have no current cap by regulations and take up, 60% of the retail market. This going through could ultimately affect my job and many others and give people more of an incentive to use the illegal market when their products are being changed consistently through the retail shops. This doesn't account even for the packaging waste that would mean additional losses for businesses and environmental impacts. For years, legal manufacturers have generated millions of dollars in tax revenue for the state and local
30 seconds.
jurisdictions. Enacting this change would cost the state nearly $2 million in tax revenue at a time when cannabis tax revenues are already declining. This is a prime example that shows exactly how each change in regulation has real consequences for industry operators. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Our next comment comes from Bryson Mills. Bryson, I've sent the request to unmute your microphone.
My name is Bryson Mills. I'm an employee for a local tincture company in Long Beach, California. Thank you for your time to speak. I wanted to comment on the proposed change in section 17302.1. This change would cap all cannabis tinctures at 2 fluid ounces, negatively affecting 15 to 20 businesses, including the company that I work for. Lowering the size of the bottles to 2 ounces could lead to overconsumption due to the amount of concentration that would be placed in smaller bottles. This, I think, would be a public safety concern. By downsizing these products that consumers such as myself are used to using could be dangerous. I think it's also environmentally negligent to waste all packaging that goes into making these products. If the change is passed, thousands of non-compliant units will be taken off the shelves and thrown out without benefiting the state and small businesses that employ myself and so many others. I'm afraid I could lose my job because this change would cause the company that I work for to eat the cost of products that are in circulation and rethink their entire business plan, resulting in layoffs and affecting every link in the chain from state to business owners to employees that make these products. Many Californians have become used to using many Californians have become used to using these products already, and to fix something that isn't broken doesn't seem right, especially when it doesn't make sense environmentally, economically, or in a practical sense, coming from a point of view of someone who produces these products. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next comment comes from Margro Advisors. I believe it's Kelly Flores representing them. Stand by. I've sent the request to unmute your microphone.
This is Kelly Flores from Margro Advisors, representing dozens of sustainable legacy farmers here in Humboldt County. At the beginning of the year, we applauded the state's implementation of an equity waiver program, which offered much needed relief to small farmers. Today, as other speakers have conveyed, we are utterly frustrated and disappointed at the strangling of that program by regulators. As each version of draft change is released, it further disenfranchises those that need it most. The reality is local jurisdictions are best suited to determine how state and federal policies have impacted their residents. For a registered local equity applicant to be ignored or disqualified by the state's own support program is a disservice to those individuals and their families. Local equity participants should be allowed to qualify for state support on the basis of local jurisdictions' assessments. Additional conditions, such as census tract eligibility, should only be required for those who do not have a local equity program or who have not qualified for it. To recognize equity applicants for 6 months and then withdraw that support more and more with each version of regulation is a travesty to this community. The CAC has a duty to support these victims of the war on drugs by ensuring the regulators restore the program to its original intent, which is to serve those who it was intended to serve. We ask that you please add a thorough review of the state's equity program to the committee's next agenda. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next comment comes from Zoe Schreiber. Zoe, I've sent the request to unmute your microphone.
Good afternoon. My name is Zoe Schreiber, Licensing and Compliance Manager with Eden Enterprises, an integrated cannabis company with our flagship retail location in Alameda County, operating with local approval and authorization since 2003. Eden is extremely concerned regarding the DCC's regulation for a standard potency test method, as was required by SB 544. However, the proposed regulations only prescribes one method of cannabinoid testing that is wholly inadequate for the variety of products that are available and tested in the market. This single method poses concerns for edible products due to the incomplete capture of cannabinoids, leading to an underreporting on product certificate of analysis and inaccurate dosing to consumers who have the potential to ingest higher levels of cannabinoids than what is contained in the product due to department's regulations. We have concerns that the department's regulatory process and stakeholder input prior to the beginning of the rulemaking process was done without enough stakeholder input, and urge the committee to bring attention and awareness of this item to protect public health through wide stakeholder input. We strongly urge the committee to agendize and discuss this item in the future, as a potential for serious consumer health and safety issues are vast, and the advisory guidance of the committee to the department on this matter is needed and is the explicit purpose of this appointed body. Thank you very much for your time and service to this committee, and we look forward to working more with you.
Thank you. Our next comment comes from Naruth, and I'm going to try and find you in my long list of attendees here. Stand by. I've sent a request to unmute your microphone. I see that you are unmuted. We cannot hear you. All right, I will circle back to you. Moving on to Mitchell Colbert. I've sent the request to unmute your microphone.
Hey there. Can everybody hear me okay?
We can hear you.
Perfect. So thank you so much for your efforts to streamline and improve the regulations here in California. I know you just served an advisory role to the DCC, but you serve a very important role. As a stakeholder who's been engaged with the BCC, CDPH, CDFA, and other regulatory agencies over many years, I can see they've been listening and they've been making improvements, but not enough and not quickly enough. Following public comment, which I will just do highlights of, is based off public comments I've submitted to the DCC earlier this year with the support of over a dozen businesses and nonprofits, numerous past comments going back to the days of the MMRSA. So while some minor changes have been made to the section on waste, removing the gendered language, which is great, a lot more work needs to be done. Brief background on me. I co-authored a white paper with the National Cannabis Industry Association, providing guidance to both the industry and regulators on sustainability. I single-handedly helped pass regulatory and legislative changes in Colorado to allow the legal cycling of cannabis waste for the first time since legalization. And I've been called a vape waste guru by those regulators I've worked with. So I feel like I speak with authority when it comes to waste, specifically vape waste. While the DCC keeps ignoring changes that I and numerous other commenters have asked for years, it seems to be insisting that the regulations are fine through that inaction, cannabis waste operators and other businesses on the ground I've spoken to are convinced that there are still problems. If the DCC actually believes the regulations are fine when it comes to waste, they must issue a public statement clarifying how cannabis waste recycling is compliant and legal, or will continue to not happen. No one is willing to spend millions of dollars to open a cannabis business just to be shut down because an audit finds them to be not compliant because they're collecting waste to recycle on site. So some specific issues. This first one, not specifically related to waste, but it's a big one. Section 17117, licensing constraints. The way you have it worded right now, you're basically telling vape manufacturers that they need a separate processing facility for their vapes and for their cartridges. That's a huge issue. You should create a cannabis waste operator license type, as I called for in my detailed comment. Use QR codes to reduce waste. The minimum size text on packaging is a minimum size package for the product. Greatly increases waste. And use CRP only when necessary on THC products. There's over 100 cannabinoids that aren't psychoactive. Thank you.
Thank you. And I did have a question pop in. Someone asked me to confirm comments are limited to 2 minutes. Our next comment comes from Shannon Oscar. Shannon, I've sent the request to unmute your microphone.
Sorry, am I unmuted now?
You are.
Okay, sorry, it took me a minute there to get that to work. My name is Shannon Oscar, and I work with the American Council of Independent Laboratories and our California Cannabis Working Group. We represent independent cannabis testing labs in the state during this volatile time in the continuing development of the market and DC regulations impacting their operations. We strongly encourage this committee to take a hard look at the accuracy, health, and safety issues surrounding inflated potency and neglected contaminant results in the testing industry. For the many reasons we and other cannabis labs have submitted and brought to the DCC during the comment period, the proposed method standardization will not address these problems and will in fact make them worse by mandating a dated and substandard methodology that will set scientific innovation and advancement back in the industry. Whatever capacity the Cannabis Advisory Committee has to evaluate and address the serious problems facing the testing industry, we would ask you to pursue in the interest of the integrity of the entire cannabis market. Thank you very much, and we welcome this committee and its new members to what we hope will be a great year. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next comment comes from Mark. Mark, I've sent the request to unmute your microphone.
Distributor in the state. I just wanted to echo some my fellow colleagues who have mentioned some of the issues with regulations around CBD products. That report that should have come out is long overdue. Stores like mine who can't carry CBD products, but liquor store next door, the Zappos, the shoe stores that can carry CBD products, it just doesn't make sense. You know, it's very important that regulatory framework that we already have for cannabis is utilized for the CBD products, especially the CBD products that are psychoactive, that are being utilized throughout the state and are being utilized by youth. Because of access and availability of access to CBD products, it's being widely used in comparison to the very heavy regulatory network that we already have in place that helps ensure that we really don't get cannabis in the hands of youth. With so many regulations that we have set up, it doesn't make any sense why that report's not out and that you're not pushing very hard to have CBD products regulated and in dispensaries versus in every other store and not being allowed to be sold by dispensaries, which is just insane. So that's it. Thank you.
Seconds. Thank you. Our next comment comes from Karen Shreve. I've sent the request to unmute your microphone.
Hi, how's it going?
We can hear you.
Awesome. So I'm Corinne. I'm the head of operations and one of the farmers for Lion's Den Family Farms. We're legacy growers who strongly believe in providing organic cannabis for medical and recreational use. We really want to be a part of our community. We want to give back to our youth, our fire department, charities like Bridge School. But in order to do so, we need to be successful. On May 4th, 2017, we attended a meeting in Laytonville where our county told us that they would work with us if we became legal. On May 12th, we became a legal farm. 6 years later, we've been put on hold multiple times to where we can't put our greenhouses up or even get a shipping container, which we have paid multiple times for our permits. We have been fined and not helped. 2020, we got $1,050 per pound for our outdoor. 2021, we got $800. 2022, we're being told people aren't even buying outdoor or offering us $200 per pound or less. Glass House Brands in Ventura has a 5.5 million square foot facility. How is that okay with the environment, water-wise or power-wise? How is a small farmer supposed to compete? What are you going to do to regulate and make sure that we're not pushed out of the industry by corporations? The distributors, they take our product, they promise to pay us by a certain time, then they disappear or nickel and dime us. Now it seems like the distributors and the dispensaries are owned by the corporations.
30 seconds.
They're buying the farms, and they seem to be only selling their products in the 80 brick and mortar stores that we have available to us. They seem to be making up their own prices that the farmers have to accept. How are you going to regulate this so the industry is fair to everyone? This has affected us mentally, physically, and financially to where we feel like we are drowning. We have an ag permit. We should have 3 acres where we can support our business, just like vineyards and broccoli and other ag. Please tell us what you're going to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next comment comes from, apologies, my list bounced around on me. Lynn Silver. Lynn, I've sent the request to unmute your microphone.
Request. This is Dr. Lynn Silver from the Public Health Institute. I respectfully call upon the committee and the DCC to prioritize development of the long-delayed public health guardrails for regulations. These issues have been repeatedly raised through the regulatory public comment process since 2017, with near complete lack of response. Some examples include first, I would ask DCC or DOJ to report at each meeting on the progress in completing expungement of criminal records, which, despite legislative efforts, there remains a significant chunk of expungements that have not yet been fully processed by the local court system. Second, following up on earlier expressed recommendations which the committee made, but which were not addressed by the state on the health impacts of increasing potency of products being marketed. This is the industry trend with the greatest threat to public health, substantially increasing risk of mental health ill effects, notably psychosis and dependency. We've seen a 53% increase in cannabis-related ER visits in 3 years, for example. We'd like to see action on that. Third, the strengthening of regulatory and enforcement actions to stop legal products using names and images of food products commonly marketed to children, from Cocoa Pebbles to Runts and so on. These products are widespread in both legal and illegal commerce, and that needs to stop. Fourth, what are our strategies to address the fact that we've seen a tripling over the last decade of heavy use, daily use by California adults, and a near doubling of use during pregnancy, increasing the risk of low birth weight and harms to the developing infants in our state through preventative regulatory action? Next, the massive proliferation of edible products, which as much as 600 milligrams of THC in a package, now available to kids in stores across the state. We concur with the previous commenter, except that we believe the public health threats come not only from the hemp market, but also from the regulated and illicit cannabis markets. And lastly, creating a true and systematic statewide priority for equity licensees and small farmers, rather than a system that is facilitating overproduction by rich outside investors.
Time has expired.
Thank you.
Thank you. Cassandra Taliaferro sent the request to unmute your microphone.
Cassandra Taliaferro. I am a second-generation farmer from southern Humboldt County.
Cassandra, you are very faint. If you can get a little closer to your microphone, perhaps.
Can you hear me better now?
We can. That's good. Thank you.
Okay. I am a second-generation farmer from southern Humboldt County. I appreciate the opportunity to be able to speak to the committee today. I would like the DCC to respect the 1 acre cap. Don't allow for large licenses until federal decriminalization and/or the California market stabilizes. If the DCC is going to allow transition to medium and large license types, then they should also allow an avenue for small cultivators to also transition license types between outdoor and mixed light, and/or be able to furlough a license without having to reapply and pay new application fees. Furthermore, changing the definition of mixed light with no wattage to outdoor like Humboldt County. We hold an outdoor county permit with a mixed light state license because we pull tarp for light deprivation by hand. There are no lights in the garden. It is 100% sun-grown operation, but we pay mixed light fees. In the spirit of true cooperation, respect, and trust, give these homesteads turned commercial cannabis farms at least a 48-hour, better yet, a week notice for inspections. These legacy farmers have decades of PTSD from surviving the war on drugs. Please be respectful, don't come armed or unannounced. Readopt the previous inspection checklist that the CDFA used, focusing more on compliance rather than the newly adopted DCC's very violation-focused citation checklist. Regarding the social equity fee waiver, please include all of Humboldt County in the qualifying neighborhood. We are survivors of the war on drugs. For decades, this community has been terrorized with military-style tactics that commonly didn't result in arrests.
30 seconds.
My father was missing for a year and is still an unsolved homicide due to the industry, but that doesn't qualify me for social equity fee waiver because there was no arrest. Release the economic study the DCC used to set the fee structure and reevaluate that fee structure based on the new market. Allow farms to sell direct to consumer. The microbusiness license is a pipe dream for most small farmers in Northern California because we are not zoned commercial. So we're forced to sell to distributors who may not pay us.
Time has expired.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next comment comes from Karen Byers. I've sent the request to unmute your microphone.
Thank you. So my name is Karen Byers and I live in Mendocino County, and I currently have a cannabis event organizer's license, and I want to specialize in smaller events that feature boutique craft cannabis, especially for my outdoor community up here. And so my comments, what I'm really looking for is an avenue to make changes to the current regulations, because they're really only designed, and I'm glad that they did come out when they did, but for the larger events like a cannabis cup. We need regulations that will work for smaller events. The current regulations, you know, there's a after you pay your $1,000 for your application, you buy into a tier. And even at the lowest tier of $3,000, that makes each event cost you $600 from that. And then in order to get the temporary event permit, it's an additional $1,000. And, you know, that just doesn't make for a small event. There are some models out there, such as the alcohol permit for an event, which is based on the anticipated daily attendance, is $100 for less than 1,000 attendees, $325 when it's anticipated to be between 1,000 and 5,000. And then above that, maybe the $1,000 would be justified for the permit. But as you can see, these costs are prohibiting it. We currently have 65 CEO license out there, and if they each bought in at the the 0 to 5 event tier, then that means that there would be 325 events this year. And I guarantee you there's going to be less than 50, because I recently had one in August and I was number 18.
30 seconds.
Anyway, so these regulations really need to be looked at. We were the only part of the industry that was shut down during the pandemic, so we're really far behind, and I'm just really looking for my avenue of where I can be effective in making these changes and coming up with sensible regulations so that we can hold a variety of sizes events, not just cannabis cups, because we can only have so many of those. All right, thank you for your time, and I look forward to working with whichever subcommittee seems appropriate for me to work with. Thanks.
Thank you. I just want to say thank you for your patience for everyone. We do have a lot of comments to process through. If you've submitted a request for comment and I've not called on you yet, rest assured I do have you on the list, and we will get to you as soon as we get down to your name. Our next comment is from Jackie Subek. And Jackie, I've sent the request to unmute your microphone.
Great. Can you hear me?
We can.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Congratulations to the new members. Welcome, and the prior members for continuing to be here. My name is Jackie Subek. I'm a policy advocate and a licensee in West Hollywood. My topic that I usually talk on is consumption lounges. So that's what I want to talk about today. For the last 4.5 years, we've been trying to solve one tiny little piece of the regulations. For those who don't know, it's section 15407, and it involves non-cannabis goods. And it was intended to prevent retailers from becoming convenience stores, but it never included the concept of a consumption lounge. And so here we are now, fast forward 2022, we're trying to have some consumption lounge open that are like restaurants without the alcohol, of course. And we're being prevented from doing that because of this regulation that won't allow us to have food. And we're talking about non-infused, non-cannabis food, just regular food and beverage. And so we actually thought things had gone well, because in March of this year, when we saw the new regulations, based on a motion that was made with this committee back in September of 2020, that we were going to get what we needed finally fixed. Only the regulations, the proposed regulations, came out with the word pre-packaged food in there, and that is just not viable. The consumption lounges are spending upwards of millions of dollars to build out their businesses, and they can't limit themselves to a pre-packaged grab and go sandwich that you would get at a 7-Eleven or something like that. We need to have the ability to sell regular food and beverage. So I'm really hoping that with this new committee, we can move that forward and not have to have this conversation for 5 more years while our consumption lounges basically die in the wind because they can't get open. So that's what I want to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next up is Javier Hernandez. Javier, I've sent the request to unmute your microphone.
Hello.
We can hear you.
Hi, my name is Javier Hernandez. I am a legacy operator, current license holder, and a social equity company based in Sacramento. I want to urge DCC to rethink what qualifies as a social equity company, as that does not align with local requirements in most cities. The 2 million cap is far too low and takes the wind out of the sail of a company that is on its way to being successful. The $2 million cap will disqualify anything but startup companies and we are striving for equity. That doesn't stop at $2 million in revenue, considering that more than half of that is taken in taxes. Why is it that those who are disproportionately affected by the war on drugs are being crucified and try to repair the damage done by legislature and law enforcement? To add insult to injury, we're giving large portions of our tax dollars to those who perpetuate this harm by continuing to enforce the racist war on drugs. I hope that the DCC takes a hard look at the unfair tax structure that has been taking so many businesses out already in the short time we've had legal cannabis. From a $100 purchase at my dispensary, $67 is taken right off the top to taxes if you take into account every step of the chain here. While the rest of the supply chain is left with $33 to pay for labor, employment taxes, gas, rent, licenses, insurances, marketing, packaging, equipment, assumes no loss or theft, and that everything is sold at full MSRP, which we know it's not. Do we really only deserve to keep a third of what we produce? Me and my 2 business partners are first generation into this country and come from no generational wealth or ownership. And after 4 years of operating in the legal market, we have nothing to show but these tax receipts. We are still discriminated against by the banking industry, which denies us the ability to own land and invest into anything meaningful. Instead, we are forced to invest into our wealthy landlords' buildings to bring them to code. Where's the justice opportunity that they're promised? Deception is all that I feel at this point. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next comment comes from Rolf Sorensen. Rolf, I've sent the request to unmute your microphone.
Tincture company in Long Beach. I had a lot more to say. I had it written out, but I'm on the road. I just want to say I stand by everybody on this call as far as all public comments, but definitely for the tincture regulations from a 2 ounce. I think that we need to make sure that we keep that at an 8 ounce due to overconsumption. I think it's a very simple fix and something that definitely needs to have attending to due to the fact that I'm involved in sales and I've also been involved in manufacturing. This is a very sensitive topic for a lot of people that are associated with these companies, as jobs will be lost and it will affect lives. So I definitely want to put that out there and just continue to stand strong through this culture and with everybody here. So I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Next comment comes from Michael Gorman. Looks like Michael may have dropped off of the meeting. I will circle back and look for him again shortly. We'll move on to Nicole Martin. Nicole, I've sent the request to unmute your microphone.
Good afternoon. I'm speaking today on behalf of People's Farming. People's is a licensed cannabis company and has been in this cannabis industry for 16 years. The leaders in the industry, including People's, must now resort to pleading with the DCC to listen to the concerns related to the proposed regulations for Type 5 licenses. These concerns were submitted to the DCC during the initial comment period with a coalition of the leading cannabis growers. Perhaps the problem is that the DCC simply doesn't believe us when we say thin profit margins are now non-existent given industry price compression and the crushing cost of goods sold. Putting responsible and compliant operators out of business has the unintended effect of stoking the fire that is the black market. In the past 3 weeks, the industry has seen a devastating market crash that was not expected to occur for another 3 years. Cannabis products are being sold for less than the cost to produce them. We are contemplating shutting down operations next year to move out of California. We don't want to fight the DCC. We want to partner with the DCC. So to pose the question, what will it take for the DCC to believe us? We make the following offer. We are willing to open up our books and financials to you. We want you to see the non-existent margins. We want you to see the cost of goods sold and the cost of licensing fees. We want to treat you like a true business partner in the cannabis business so that you can better understand why this means so much to us. Why this means so much to California, its cannabis workers, and those who work hard to make California a shining example of why allowing cannabis is a good thing. The hundreds of thousands of dollars it takes to transition operators to a single license is the equivalent of a death blow. And the death of a white market operator opens a space for a black market operator who can provide product to the market at a much lower cost and with little to no real risk of enforcement. We are going in the opposite direction as an industry, and it's not sustainable. Please hear our cry and take us up on our offer to dispel any notion that operators are making money hand over fist. It's not happening. Let's work together to save what's left of this industry. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next comment comes from Michael Gorman. I see you now, Michael. I've sent you the request to unmute your microphone.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Hi, my name is Michael Gorman. I'm with a company named Cannabis Syrup. We actually specialize and have specialized in alcohol-free tinctures I've been their production and manufacturing manager for the past 7 years. We have not had to change our recipe nor our bottle size. This is in regards to section 17302.1, the tincture volume. I just want it to be known that by limiting the size to 2 ounces, but allowing 1,000 milligram cap is completely backwards in the way of thinking for public safety, overconsumption, and let alone the jobs and all the tax money. Businesses will close. What little life we have left in our industry is getting choked out by regulations and by people that are in control that seem not to understand how our industry works and what it takes to actually survive. We are not a wine company. We are not an alcohol industry. We are not a food industry. We do not have corporate backing. A lot of us in this industry have fought hard from the ground up to be here. With that being said, knowing that even my job would be at risk from a simple regulation thing like this seems to be massive oversight. And again, I'd like to thank everybody in this forum today. From the public comment section, I've heard a lot of amazing things. I appreciate everybody's perspective, and I hope that this doesn't fall upon deaf ears like so I have heard of today. So thank you again. Appreciate you.
Thank you. Next, Wade Laughter. Wade, I've sent the request to unmute your microphone.
Yes. Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. I couldn't agree more with several of the folks who just commented about the impacts of overregulation and going into the minutia of all of the specifics of how to ensure public health and safety. I want to step back for a second. It's not really an item for the agenda next meeting or anything, but really the whole purpose of all of these laws that were made and all these regulations that have been enacted was to get people who had been doing cannabis in all kinds of different ways for all kinds of different reasons to actually obey rules. And if there's a reason for them to do that, then many people will. But what's going on right now is there's really very little reason to do that. And those who are in it already, it would behoove the state, particularly Director Elliott and the DCC, to really listen to the people who are trying to make this work on the ground all the way through to the dispensaries. We actually know what we're talking about, and we know the struggle. So that's all I have. Like I said, the previous CAC meetings, there was an incredible amount of good information provided. I learned a lot. I look forward to the meetings going forward, and thank you for your service to this committee and to this plant and the people who actually need it. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next comment comes from Supervisor Bushnell. And I'm looking for you in my list. Do not see you. Stand by. All right, I will circle back. Let's move on to Josh Swider. And Josh, I've sent the request to unmute your microphone.
My name is Josh Sweeter from Infinite Chemical Analysis Labs. We've been operating in the cannabis testing field for 8 years now. We've been around and seen a lot of changes in this industry, and I just wanted to make a comment to the subcommittee. I feel you're all in the subcommittee. You have a great opportunity to make some great changes coming up. Changes that need to be made. We need to really think about how these subcommittees are ran and how changes can get made. We can't just sit here and make comments on these things over and over and over again and no change be made. I have made comments. They have been voted on during these committee meetings and passed 13-0 or 14-0, and nothing changes. This has been years of us screaming the problems to the subcommittees as well as the DCC or the BCC. I think it's time for change. If the change does not come, I think the industry will die. I think the operators acting in this industry in good faith and actually doing things correctly are no longer going to be around to be in this industry. I strongly recommend that you develop a testing subcommittee that regularly meets, and as Nicole Elliott stated in a announcement, that we need to collaborate as the testing labs with the DCC, and I think this is the place to do it. Collaboration, Nicole Elliott, means that we show up to these meetings and we both talk and both sides have conversations. It's not a one-way street. That does not work for collaboration. I also would like to bring up just the subcommittee's point, the Cat 1 pesticides testing in the cannabis regulations.
30 seconds.
Currently in the state of California has been voted on multiple times. That's something that you guys should look at immediately in fixing. I think we can do that in the testing subcommittee. The last comment I would bring up is the fact that hemp products created in edible markets are now being sold on the streets at 300 milligrams of THC in beverages. So why would someone shop at a cannabis licensed facility when they can go to a smoke shop next door and buy a product for a quarter of the price for 3 times the concentration of a package? Please, DCC, fix something to help out the community that we're all regulated in. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Craig Johnson. Craig, I've sent the request to unmute your microphone. Craig Johnson, you should receive an unmute me button appear at your end. You'll need to click that to unmute your microphone.
Hello?
I can hear you.
Oh, fantastic. Good afternoon. Thank you for making time for our comments to be heard. This is Craig Johnson. I am a farmer, father, husband. My wife and I own and operate Alpenglow Farms here in southern Humboldt County. Alpenglow Farms is a license that is on part of our homestead, our legacy homestead, where we live with our family. Currently in southern Humboldt and in Humboldt County in general, there are no notice inspections happening with armed personnel. My mind goes to red alert now. What if I'm in town? Do they still come in? My dogs that are trying to protect my family or my home, do they shoot one of my dogs? This is reality. This is happening now. How do we stop that? We partnered with you all. That goes into the next part of my concern is equity fee waivers. Southern Humboldt and most of Humboldt County isn't even on that map anymore. I was able to get an equity fee license last year. This year I can't. I'm still in the same residence, still doing what I'm doing. So I appreciate help with that. Someone mentioned a finance committee. If we could look at the extraction of fees and overtaxation, we probably wouldn't need finance. So let's look at bringing some tax relief.
30 seconds.
You brought in a type 5 license that came in now. You hear many comments coming for a homestead license. I need to be able to transport my own product, and I need to be able to have a nursery. This would only support my own endeavors. Thank you so much for your time, and I appreciate all the other folks that brought heartfelt comment. This is very challenging. We try to speak slow and keep the emotions down. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next is Michael. Michael, I've sent the request to unmute your microphone.
This is Michael Katz. I'm the executive director for the Mendocino Cannabis Alliance. I'd like to comment on an item that many folks have commented on, including the most recent speaker, and this is specifically related to the equity fee waivers. The equity program was developed in order to redress some of the harms done by the war on drugs. In order to apply for an equity allotment, operators in different municipalities, their locations have to undergo a needs assessment, which is a thorough research process to identify if there is in fact a need to redress those harms from the war on drugs in those areas. And as folks have mentioned, there are significant chunks of areas in the Emerald Triangle, Mendocino County, Humboldt, Trinity, that have been well documented as having significant paramilitary activity used to combat cannabis cultivation, and people have suffered substantially from those efforts. That's not to diminish the suffering of anyone else. That is to say that it has, through the state's process of identifying equity opportunities, these programs have been set up, they are being funded, and for some reason, people who are being designated as such are not able to access now those state programs. These programs are a lifeline designed to redress some of these harms. And so I would hope that the DCC would review the Origins Council comments regarding this topic and really go and put some thought into what this change represents, how it will impact the rural operators, and really, please reconsider those changes and enable people who have suffered, even if they haven't been arrested, if they've been detained or raided, to continue to access these life-saving programs. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Judy. And I'm not seeing Judy in our list. Judy may have dropped off the meeting. I will circle back when I get through the rest of the list. Moving on to Christopher Kadar. I've sent the request to unmute your microphone.
Hi, my name is Christopher Kadar. I'm the VP and represent the largest non-alcohol-based tincture company in the state of California. And I absolutely love the support we've gotten today by all the adversaries who have jumped on this call to talk about this issue. Section 17302.1 of the manufacturing regulations limiting non-alcohol-based tinctures 6 years after we've passed Prop 64 is utterly disgusting and a disgrace. You've put us in a position to rethink our entire product line years after we've been operating. And do you have any idea how much packaging we've had to buy to get to this point? We have an extra facility we rent full of packaging that we're just now going to have to throw away because you want to align a law to 2 fluid ounces. Not to mention, you can't even put 1,000 milligrams physically into 2 fluid ounces. The oil will separate from the solution. You're creating a huge problem for public safety. There's been many cries for public safety today. It doesn't seem like it's been addressed in this 4 rounds of public comment we've done on this issue. And all we're asking is for you guys to meet us in the middle. We don't want to completely abolish the rule. We could set a fluid ounce limit that works for everybody, but please listen to us because you've heard person after person get on here and talk about the disparity of possibly losing their jobs. And if you
30 seconds.
change this to 2 fluid ounces, what are you going to accomplish? A regulatory consistency that helps nobody, that only hurts people? It just seems unlogical. I know there was probably a bad player that influenced your decision to do this, but like you're putting all the good players really in a bad spot. And I heavily, heavily urge the DCC to reconsider this and accept a more acceptable fluid ounce limit, like 8 fluid ounces. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Next is Anna Walters. Anna, I've sent you the request to unmute your microphone.
Me?
We can hear you.
Hi, I'm Anna Walters. I'm a licensed manufacturer, distributor, and retailer, and I'm also commenting on the new proposed permanent regulations regarding tinctures. As a licensed tincture manufacturer for the past 4 years, we oppose the de facto ingredient ban. And I'm asking if it would be outside of the scope of CAC's role to request that the DCC produce a report prior to finalizing the regulations on the science and data that informed the decision to ban ingredients in tinctures and how this will impact public health and well-being. In addition, we actually wholeheartedly support the regulatory intent to distinguish tinctures from beverages. And I think this is very important. There has been some confusion, and we strongly support the 2-ounce limit for tinctures that previously applied only to alcohol tinctures, but we do support that applying to all tinctures regardless of ingredients. We would hope to be able to work with DCC and with regulators to develop a regulatory framework that differentiates tinctures from beverages without stifling product development and innovation. Thank you.
Thank you. I do see Judy now. I'm going to go back to Judy real quick. And Judy, where did you go? There you go. Judy, I've sent the request to unmute your microphone. Judy, you should see an unmute me button pop up at your end. You'll need to click that button.
Thank you for your assistance in having this opportunity to share my concerns. I've listened carefully to all the comments, and I'm wondering if we have these 6 potential subcommittees that we talked about on agenda item 6. I just wonder if there's some way that we can put all the comments we've heard and slot them into one of these subcommittees so that we can really deal with them and you all don't just become the place where concerns get dropped. The committee I'm most interested in is the Public Health and Community Impact Subcommittee, since I represent the Coastal PTA Council, and we have watched the impact of marijuana on our young people. And we're pleased that we have a place now to discuss our concerns. But in listening to all of your concerns, I'm hoping you're finding a home in these subcommittees for you to voice your concerns, and that we'll know what the schedule is for these subcommittees and get all these comments slotted in so some problem solving can happen. I must admit, as I heard the concerns about enforcement, that we in the public health world have a different concern about enforcement. We live in a world where we see minor decoy operations for alcohol and tobacco routinely, but we do not see the same thing for the marijuana industry, and we would welcome that. I think it would make us all feel more confident in the DCC and in the business world of marijuana products. Thank you for letting me share these thoughts.
Thank you. And just to let everybody know, I did have a request for an update. We have 4 more comments. Next up is Sam De La Paz. And Sam, I've sent the request to unmute your microphone.
Yes, hello, can you hear me okay?
We can hear you.
Okay, thank you.
I apologize in advance if there's any background noise. I wasn't able to chime in earlier. I was in a meeting, wasn't able to welcome the advisory committee and commend the work of the DCC on forming that committee in a robust and diverse way. I think there is still more work to be done. So basically want to congratulate everyone there. And I think there's a lot of work to be done around stakeholder engagement and promotion of these listening sessions and things like that. I think it's very important to create these subcommittees, have one for manufacturing, have one for testing, have one for legacy farming community, small farmers. I want to reiterate and support the comments by Cassandra, Margot, Michael Katz, as well as Appenglow Farms and Karen Byers. I think that events and consumption are very important, and it's important to have, again, sorry about the noise, very important to have an advisory committee. The stakeholder engagement is the one thing that California and its local jurisdictions have severely lacked, and has been to their deficit. And there has been so much backpedaling and so much undoing of stringent regulation, over-regulation, and lack of inclusivity, protection for our small farmers and small businesses. I think it is incredibly important to, again, increase participation of the stakeholders through these subcommittees and groups, and to engage in meaningful promotion. I would like to see much better promotion for these listening sessions. Again, my name is Sam De La Paz, VP of Hessel Farmers Grange in Sebastopol, California. Thank you for bearing with that background noise. Apologies.
Thank you. Next, Supervisor Bushnell, I've sent the request to unmute your microphone.
Hello?
We can hear you.
Oh, hi. My name is Michelle Bushnell. I'm from Humboldt County, and I want to thank the DCC for this opportunity and all they've done working with Humboldt County and the surrounding counties. I would like to bring attention to fallowing of farms or partial fallowing of farms, if there's a way to accomplish that with the decline in the amounts of sales. It is really important that farms be able to not have to pay that licensee fee if they're only cultivating portions of their farms. Also, I want to bring attention to the metric tags and the amount of waste they create and the labor intensiveness for small farmers to have to tag every single plant and then pull that tag off when you're done and put them in a bag and do we don't know what with. And I just want to also bring attention to my community. I know that the DCC is aware that we had some inspections the last couple of weeks that have really put my community kind of up in arms, my district, and I want to thank the people that reached out to me in communication, but to encourage that we also possibly the DCC could communicate with the county just to let us know. It is a very traumatic time for people. And once again, I just want to say thank you to everybody at the DCC and this committee for everything that's going on and what you're trying to accomplish. Thanks so much.
Thank you. And next up is Kenny Morrison. Kenny, I've sent the request to unmute your microphone.
Giving us this opportunity to speak. Kenny Morrison from CCMA, California Cannabis Manufacturers Association. Firstly, regarding how tinctures are defined in DCC's proposed regulations, CCMA supports a 2-ounce limit on tinctures as a way of disallowing syrups or other beverage products to circumvent potency caps. We do, however, oppose any restrictions on tincture ingredients, as it will stifle innovation and ban some of the safest products existing today. In short, now that there is a statutory definition for beverage syrups and other beverage products can no longer use the tincture moniker to circumvent those potency caps. 2 more items quickly here. The department's failure to produce the hemp report required by AB 45 by the July 1st statutory deadline has been problematic for the industry. We encourage the committee to add this item to a future agenda in order to incorporate use of hemp products into the cannabis supply chain. And lastly, The proposed regulations for a standard potency test method via the use of a single THC recovery method will result in the incomplete capture of cannabinoids in a wide variety of edibles. As a result, edible products will have THC in them, more THC in them than the label suggests. And what's going to happen?
30 seconds.
What's going to happen is manufacturers will be forced to overdose their products because labs can't find all of the THC in the product. And this means products on store shelves will have more THC in them than the label suggests. So this well-intentioned but faulty proposed regulation will make cannabis products less safe, and multiple products will have more THC in them than is allowed by the DCC. Public health and safety demands that the department authorize more than one sample prep and extraction method for edible products in the name of consumer health and safety. Thank you.
Time has expired. Thank you. Next up is Wayne Bishop. Wayne, I've sent the request to unmute your microphone.
Hi, thank you very much. I want to talk about a few things, if I could briefly. The time's short that I have, but I want to talk about the grants the Bureau's been issuing. I really think these grants should be going towards the operators and not towards the municipalities. They should be going towards energy efficiency, water conservation, and to really address a way to cultivate in the most efficient and economical way practically. In regards to mobile delivery, I think mobile delivery needs to be allowed to deliver curbside, and we need to stop delivering to physical addresses. We need to be able to have flexibility to make these businesses profitable. We need to increase the pre-order sales and the non-pre-order sales limits so that we can be allowed to carry enough product to operate efficiently. We also need to allow the district to allow us to have distribution in cities that are not allowed for cannabis regulation so we can operate efficiently. I'd like to talk about provisional licenses. The Bureau should take a firm look at provisional licenses and not letting them to continue if they're not going to be able to get through CEQA and CURE. This is creating a false market sense, and there already is an oversupply in the market, and it can be addressed by purely eliminating these licenses that will never get across the finish line. And so that's a concern. I'd also like to ask the Bureau to really take a heavy look at CDTFA to try to eliminate any and all excise taxes that are driving the illicit market in a more competitive advantage than we are. And then lastly, I would like the Bureau to take a hard look at how they are managing themselves as an entity towards legit operators in these situations where we're trying to have the ability to host events where these event permits are so restrictive that it doesn't allow us to do much at all, and they're so costly. And it doesn't allow us the flexibility to really operate efficiently and to maximize the value of this industry. These things are dear to my heart, and they're hampering our business, and we can simply not afford to continue to.
Time has expired.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And we did have one individual that requested to comment, and when I checked in earlier, I'm not sure if they could hear us. Let me check back out to Naruth. Naruth, I'm going to send you a request to unmute your microphone.
Asking about the local jurisdiction retail access grant program. I know that it was like a 20.5 million one-time general fund, and I just wanted to see if CAC is considering implementing that this year or the next year.
Thank you. And at this time, that concludes our request for comments. I'm going to turn the floor back over to Christina.
Thank you, moderator. Cannabis Advisory Committee, if you don't mind, we just wanted to relay one message to the commenters today. The department has a number of regulatory packages that are currently in the middle of rulemaking, some of which were addressed during this public comment period. We want to clarify for all of the people who made public comments that your comments today are being captured as part of this advisory committee meeting, but not as part of a rulemaking process. So if you would like your comments to be captured as part of the rulemaking record, we would strongly encourage you to submit those via the public comment process for rulemaking. Information about that is on our website under the tab that says Cannabis Laws and the page that's called Rulemaking. Chair, if you don't mind, we'd like to ask for a 5-minute break before we move into the next agenda item to allow our court reporter a brief break.
That sounds good. Thank you. We'll take a 5-minute break. Rasha, is your name pronounced Salama? Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, good. I just didn't want to butcher it. Thank you.
Hi, Chair Jamilian. I believe everybody is back, so you're good to start when you're ready.
All right. Yeah, let's do it. Welcome back, everybody. We're about to get a presentation and an overview of the Department of Cannabis Control by DCC's Chief Deputy Director, Rasha Salman. With that, I will pass the mic to you.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, committee members. My name is Rasha Salama, and I serve as the Chief Deputy Director of the Department of Cannabis Control. I want to start off by echoing Director Elliott's warm welcome and thank you again for your public service, dedication, and time. Our team looks forward to working with all of you to advance California's cannabis regulatory structure and delivery of services to the public. With the establishment of the department last July, one of our immediate actions was to establish a clear set of values, mission, and vision to guide the department's trajectory and how we operate as an organization. The department's vision is that California has a safe, sustainable, and equitable cannabis market that serves as an example for the world. We steer toward this aspiration daily with our mission. Through innovative policies and effective implementation, the Department of Cannabis Control advances and facilitates a well-regulated legal market that benefits all Californians. Our values, which guide our day-to-day work, are integrity, fairness, innovation, knowledge, collaboration, and support. These words capture our ongoing commitment to the public and provide the foundational principles upon which all department activities and decisions are based. We ask this committee to integrate these values into the work you do and strive with us towards a vision of a safe, sustainable, and equitable cannabis market that serves as an example for the world. The department is comprised of 10 divisions, each with a key function to serve the department's mission and mandates. Every division is run by a deputy director. I would like to briefly introduce the deputy directors to this committee, as they may become familiar faces in this forum and support the work you do. Melissa Edson serves as the Deputy Director of Administration. Bill Jones serves as the Deputy Director of Enforcement. Eugene Helsman serves as the Deputy Director of Equity and Inclusion. Angela Hill serves as the Deputy Director of Government Affairs. Sean O'Connor serves as the Deputy Director of Information Technology Services. Tamara Colson serves as the Deputy Director of Legal Affairs. Robin Femmelby serves as the Deputy Director of Licensing. Christina Dempsey serves as the Deputy Director of Policy and Research. And Mary Louisa Cesar serves as the Deputy Director of Public Affairs. And lastly, our General Counsel is Matt Lee. The department is currently actively recruiting for a Deputy Director of Compliance to lead our statewide inspection team and track and trace system implementation, and a Deputy Director of Laboratory Services to lead our cannabis testing branch and regulatory branch. Director Elliott and I are deeply grateful for this leadership team and the extraordinary teams they lead every day. They have done a tremendous job in the last 14 months since the formation of the department. And I would like to take a moment to highlight a few of these achievements for you. We consolidated the 3 sets of regulations adopted by the former cannabis programs into one unified set of requirements. Additionally, we developed and released 3 regulatory packages: the equity fee waiver, and most recently, the equity fee deferral regulatory package, implementation of the large cultivation license package, and the standardized cannabinoid testing method package. Most recently, also, the department played an important role in amplifying licensee voices to create meaningful tax reform. The 22-23 budget and accompanying tax reform bill provide significant and immediate relief to cannabis businesses, support equity operators, strengthen enforcement tools against illegal cannabis operators, and protect youth, environmental, and public safety program funding. On the licensing front, our licensing teams are working diligently and closely with licensees and local governments to meet key statutory deadlines set by AB 141. Over the course of this last year, this team issued more than 4,000 new licenses and transitioned nearly 1,000 provisional licenses into annual licensure. They also approved over 1,000 fee equity waivers for almost $12.6 million. We actively support funding efforts that help inform meaningful and innovative policies and facilitate a well-regulated market. Within months of its establishment, the department developed and awarded nearly $100 million in grant funds to 17 jurisdictions to support the swift transition of provisional licenses to annual licenses. We are currently developing guidelines for an additional $40 million in grant funding, $20 million for the retail access grant, which is included on today's agenda for your input, and $20 million for academic research grants to support cannabis research projects, conducted by California's public universities. As we continue to stabilize the legal market, we are keenly aware of the challenges posed by the illicit market. Through partnerships with local, state, and federal partners, the department has served over 232 search warrants, seized more than 500,000 pounds of illegal product, and removed more than 1.4 million cannabis plants. These efforts have removed more than $1 billion worth of illegal and potentially harmful cannabis and cannabis product from the market. While a significant impact, we recognize there is more work to be done. We cannot accomplish our goals and work without strong partnerships across local, state, and federal government, academia, and the various stakeholders who are committed to this space in California. We actualize this through collaborative engagement and discourse, sharing information through our campaigns, website, and participation in public forums such as this one. While I have touched on some of our key achievements, they do not account for all the ongoing work that is currently happening. I do hope, though, that it shows the level of diligence and aggressive strides the DCC team is taking to streamline, develop, and refine its process, policies, and programs to create a solid foundation for the work that is yet to come, much of which this committee will be instrumental in supporting us to develop. Thank you so much for your time, and I'll hand it back to you, Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Chief Director Salama. I appreciate it. I'd open the floor for discussion from committee members. Is there any questions you would like to ask? Is there any clarification or input? Floor is open for discussion.
Hi, Member Frazier here. Just curious to know who was named over the lab service department. I couldn't quite hear. For the lab services, for the one of the deputies there, or one of the leaders?
It is an active recruitment.
Oh, okay, that's what. Okay, I didn't sound like a name. Thank you.
Thank you for clarifying that. If there's no other comments, then we would open to public comment.
Thank you. I've opened our Q&A panel. If you'd like to comment on the item currently being discussed, which was the presentation you just heard, please click on that Q&A icon and type the word comment into the text box. For those that have called into the meeting using their cell phones, you may dial *3 to raise your hand. Seeing no requests for comment, I will close the Q&A panel and turn the floor back over to the chair.
Thank you. Our next item is another presentation from DCC's Deputy Chief Director of Policy and Research, Christina Dempsey. Your floor is yours.
Thank you, Ali. Good afternoon, committee members. My name is Christina Dempsey, and I am the Deputy Director of Policy and Research for the Department of Cannabis Control. As you heard from Chief Deputy Salama, we have taken important early steps to establish the department and towards simplifying California's approach to regulating cannabis. Our work is driven by an ongoing desire to seek improvement. The task ahead of us, and one for which we will engage this advisory body significantly, is to refine and enhance our policies in a manner that builds upon and preserves California's long legacy of progressive cannabis policy. Prior to the close of 2022, we anticipate activity on several initiatives and statutory mandates. The first is that 4 regulatory rulemaking processes are nearing conclusion with new or modified rules that will take effect. These 4 packages are the consolidated cannabis regulations, a fee waiver and deferral program for equity businesses, a standardized method for cannabinoid testing, and implementation of the statutorily mandated date for large cultivation licenses. We are also finalizing a report to the legislature on the potential integration of hemp into the cannabis market and key considerations for policymakers. There was significant interest in that during the public comment session, and we anticipate submitting that report shortly. We anticipate changes to the track and trace system to capture additional information related to cannabis deliveries as required by Assembly Bill 195 by January 1st. An RFP for $20 million in grant funding for academic research grants to enhance scientific knowledge of cannabis and the effects of legalization. And finally, implementation of renewable energy requirements for indoor and mixed light tier 2 cultivators. By the end of this month, on September 30th, we will also have passed our next key deadline for provisional licenses transitioning to annual licensure. September 30th will be the last day for DCC to issue new provisional cultivation licenses for non-equity businesses. Looking ahead to 2023, we intend to spend a significant portion of our time and effort on developing additional regulatory reforms, on continued coordination with local governments to transition provisional licenses into annual licensure, on initiatives to support public understanding, and on a statewide task force for enforcement of unlicensed activity. We're excited to begin significant engagement with the committee for input into these priorities, particularly for regulatory reforms. 2 areas of regulation that we anticipate deliberate focus are cultivation and licensing. Early next year, we anticipate engaging this committee for input on how to improve regulatory requirements for cultivators. This includes policies that support and create additional opportunities for craft and legacy farmers. The department will begin preliminary conversations with this committee as well, examining the way the state licenses cannabis businesses and how that licensing structure can be improved to create more opportunities for small and equity operators. These conversations will align with the ongoing, these conversations will be ongoing into the following year and align with our efforts to transition from 3 licensing systems into a single unified licensing system. The contribution that we will continuously ask you to make is to share your unique perspectives during discussion in this forum with an eye towards potential implications for stakeholders and for both short and long-term effects. The subcommittees established today through adoption of the bylaws or formed in the future for ad hoc topics are venues for the committee to have robust discussions that support this policy development, as are discussion topics among the full committee, like the one agendized today related to the retail access grant. We look forward to sharing more about the department's work in coming meetings and to engaging you for your contributions. Thank you very much, and I would be happy to take any questions from the committee.
Thank you, Deputy Director Dempsey. Any questions from fellow committee members? If we have none, then I would like to open for public comment, please. Moderator, if you could open up for public comment.
Thank you. This is the moderator. I have opened that Q&A panel. To make a comment, please type the word comment into the Q&A text box and submit that to the panelists. If you've called in using a telephone, you may dial *3 to raise your hand. Our first comment comes from Paul and Susan. I've sent a request to unmute your microphone. And as a reminder, comments will be limited to 2 minutes.
Yes, this is Paul Hansberry, and I'm encouraged to hear from the deputy that they're anxious to work with the CAC. I know that this is something that was statute, the committee was mandated by the statute, and so it was something that was required to do. And it seems that in previous years, the recommendations, a lot of them were, like I said earlier, either dismissed or given some sort of ruling that it was legislatively implausible because of their interpretation of the statute, rather than looking at the statute from a different point of view and perhaps interpreting it a little bit differently so that it made more sense. The example that I put up was the micro business, which is not micro whatsoever, but that's the way that it was interpreted by the BCC. And I'm wondering if the DCC would be open to looking at different interpretations that might benefit the shareholders, the stakeholders, rather than just dictating and creating a new industry, because the regulations are supposed to be for the existing industry, not create a new one around their regulations. So I'm encouraged and hopeful that that's what's going to happen, that they will take a good long look and seriously consider the CAC's recommendations and perhaps even tweak their own interpretations rather than just defending their interpretation as law. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next comment comes from an individual identified, the abbreviation of Esquire. I've sent the request to unmute your microphone. I can hear you're unmuted.
I'm not sure if you can hear me, but I would.
We can hear you.
Thank you. I would like to, regarding the September 30th deadline, I would just like to impress upon the DCC to get these applications reviewed, because I have a number that I've just been getting sat on, and it just doesn't seem fair that the deadline would come and go and they would miss their opportunity. So I know you guys are extremely busy and overwhelmed, but that is really important to us. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, that concludes a request for public comment at this time. I'll turn the floor back over.
Thank you. Next up on the agenda is the up and coming local jurisdiction retail access grant program. Director Dempsey will give us a quick overview of the program and what we will be discussing today. This is one of the agenda items where a recommendation from the advisory board is seeked. So floor is yours, Director Dempsey.
Thank you, Chair. The discussion topic before the committee is intended to inform the department's development of guidelines for the local jurisdiction retail access grant program. I want to provide a little bit of background on this program to guide the committee's discussion. As of August 2022, 61% of the cities and counties in California do not allow the establishment of cannabis retailers, whether storefront or delivery. A $20 million retail access grant program was created through this most recent budget cycle to assist local governments in establishing cannabis retail licensing programs. The local jurisdiction retail access grant program aims to provide consumers with better access to regulated, tested cannabis products by supporting the expansion of California's legal cannabis marketplace, thereby reducing the need for consumers to turn to the illicit market, and in turn, reducing the size of the illicit market and stabilizing the legal cannabis supply chain. DCC will be responsible for administering the grant program, including developing specific requirements for the program. The 2022-2023 Budget Act, through provisions enacted by Assembly Bill 178, outlines minimum requirements for the grant that DCC must utilize in establishing the program. These minimum requirements are outlined in the meeting materials that you received ahead of this committee meeting. DCC is seeking the input of the Cannabis Advisory Committee to inform development of the grant guidelines. The questions posed at this meeting are intended to guide discussion about program requirements, eligibility, application evaluation, and measures for success. This agenda item is structured so that the committee can discuss the questions posed first and then can consider any recommendations as a slate of recommendations that can be voted on. So I'll pass it back to you, Chair, for this discussion.
Thank you. So I would open up the floor for discussion. It appears, and I have a few questions myself. So the recipients of this grant money would be local authorities looking to actually establish what the voters originally voted for, which was access to recreational cannabis, correct?
That's correct. The Budget Act defines eligible jurisdictions as those who do not currently permit retail.
And do we have an idea of how many jurisdictions have expressed interest in such a grant?
We've begun conversations with jurisdictions, but we don't have a concrete number at this time.
Okay. Is there any other members? Please raise your hand, ask a question. What I don't see in the minimum requirements is sort of a shot clock or a time limit for a recipient of the grant to actually establish maybe a first or second retail location. And I think the approach to open more retail, especially if 61% of the state does not have retail access, will be the best way to stabilize craft cannabis and the small supply chain. If that's also part of the grant requirement, which I see there's a priority funding given to local jurisdictions that assist equity. But I do think no pay-to-play practices by big corporates, et cetera, should be part of that retail program or part of that retail grant. And that's just my 2 cents. And I would really welcome any of the fellow committee members to chime in here. I believe Jeremy Brown has his hand raised. Is that correct?
Yeah, correct. I had a separate question unrelated to your comments, though. Is that all right for me to proceed?
Sure, go ahead.
I was curious about some of the data, the source of data. It's mentioned that focus will be where consumption is highest, and I'm curious how consumption data is collected, where it's coming from. And then another kind of broad question, semi-related, is with the funding rounds, it mentions that it must be proportional to the population served. And I'm kind of curious what the population served, how that gets kind of defined more clearly, because some areas in an urban city, it's a kind of obvious who the population served. But in some of the rural areas, especially along Highway 101 or Highway 1, maybe Highway 299, there's more of a focus on the tourism industry already, where a lot of people, I know in the city of Mendocino on the coast, over 90% of their customers are tourists coming in. And so I'm curious how the population served data is kind of able to be defined. Thank you.
And Member Shockley III has a question, but Christina, if you at any point want to answer or engage and answer one of the questions, if you have the data, please feel free, just take the floor over.
Yep, I'll jump in just real quick. So for both of your questions, both the consumption data and the population tiering, there is just that broad language that is in the budget bill. And so any refinement, like what does that mean? How does it apply, would have to be established through the grant guidelines. So if this committee has recommendations for how to define either of those things, data that the department should be looking at, we would be very interested to hear it.
Thank you so much. And the floor is yours.
So prioritizing equity as part of
these funds is in there now, but I think we should definitely consider how we can strengthen that priority and within those guidelines, how do we incentivize jurisdictions to put some of those funds towards actually helping equity operators get off the ground. In most jurisdictions, grant money has been slow to get to the actual equity entrepreneurs. And so maybe things like designating a certain percentage go directly to grant funds for equity operators is something we can consider.
Thank you. Yeah, I think if you have a specific recommendation, to Christina's point, then feel free to start wording the motion what you would want to add as a recommendation. I think given that some of the local equity programs leave really large loopholes to be exploited by large corporates, part of the grant funding, in my opinion, should be none of those practices if you're using grant money, because it's really counterproductive. That starts with predatory side agreements, consulting agreements. There's a pretty wide gamut of side agreements that one can make. And I think part of educating the local jurisdiction and drafting their ordinances should be to make them aware of that. We've made mistakes in other jurisdictions that we should be able to mitigate, and new ones trying to start a program. So I'd be happy to work with you on wording a recommendation there in a minute.
Yeah, absolutely. I've worked in Los Angeles on reforming the equity share regulations, and LA has done a great job of adding a lot of teeth for equity entrepreneurs to protect their equity and define what an equity entrepreneur is. So I would recommend we model after Los Angeles for those requirements. And I mean, if anybody has a recommendation on a specific, percentage of funds, for a motion to recommend, I think it should be at least 25%, if not more, of funds go directly to equity entrepreneurs who meet these minimum equity requirements, a la Los Angeles regulations.
Yeah, I think probably a hybrid model, taking the best from all the cities, is going to be the way to go. Los Angeles definitely has done some really good things that we can use. Do you have, with percentages, I think it gets a little tricky sometimes if you start with percentages when we don't really know what the eligible demographic is yet. That's why I kind of asked how many jurisdictions. Is this 20 million going to 50 jurisdictions or to 30? Because then that kind of determines the impact of that grant. So maybe we can draft a recommendation around the impact that grant should have. And I like the idea of defining a significant amount of, let's say, retailers. Like you need to open up 5 equity retailers or something that's more palpable than a percentage of a yet unknown number. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and I guess I was referring to a percentage of the $20 million. So if let's say 5 jurisdictions let's say 20 jurisdictions get $1 million each, 25% of that $1 million should go directly towards funding equity entrepreneurs is what I'm recommending.
Okay, and in this case, Christina, this is specifically towards retail, right? So it would be predefined in the eligibility of the license type already. So that would probably make it easier to administer, correct?
This is specifically for retail, storefront or delivery. The budget bill does not define which of those two. If I may, I think in terms of recommendations, one of the things that we're anticipating will be of greatest value to just sunlighting some of the perspectives here is a robust discussion. So if there's things that you want to throw out, there's no specific recommendation that you have, or you want to wait until the recommendation section to think about what that might be, please feel free to throw it out. We're taking notes on all of the comments that are made by the advisory committee.
Yeah, to that point, I would actually encourage Member Shockley to just kind of think about it, condense it into 2 sentences. I think you're onto something good, and then we'll present that. And please feel free to ask council and the other DCC members on the doability of it. And I see that Jeff has his hand raised. So, Member Merriman, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I just wanted to just throw out a word of caution to be careful of how we structure equity, cities versus counties versus rural. LA County equity or LA City and San Francisco, et cetera, might not, line up with Humboldt equity or Nevada County equity. And I think it's important to recognize the difference of that within the state of California. So I'll just be curious to see what the kind of final language we come up with.
Do you have any suggestions? I feel like priority is always a really good way to get it done, protection of the actual equity applicant. But I don't think that, the way that the state regs are written, every local authority creates and defines their own social equity program, right? So from that point of view, I don't think what we were discussing was mapping on, let's say, the stipulations or the requirements from our respective cities, but probably more the higher level like protections that both these cities do have in place and that have proven to work to an extent, right? That we all know that, but it's the best examples that we have. That's sort of.
Yeah, I got you. I guess I was assuming we were talking about more of a broad kind of equity definition, but it sounds like maybe I was.
Well, I think part of what we're saying here is to incentivize those local governments to create an equity program quickly to get access to this fund, right? I think that would be the way to incentivize them to get retail up and running quicker. Like if part of your grant proposal, I think, should be outlining your goal and your equity program, your goal for your equity program, and in an implementation time frame. That's kind of what I was alluding to earlier. Shouldn't just be an aspirational goal. It should be connected to a time frame, since you are getting money for it, right?
Yeah, I agree with you. Since we're throwing stuff out there, I did want to throw out on number 3. Excuse me. I do think that it should not be limited to only adult use retail. I think medicinal is often a foot in the door for a lot of jurisdictions that maybe the public is, kind of more anti-cannabis, or they're more of a conservative jurisdiction that's really just looking to kind of start on the edge and work their way in with cannabis. And I think if this is limited only to adult use, in a lot of these jurisdictions that I'm aware of, it's going to be a harder sale for the public, for their board, for their city council, et cetera.
Please, committee members, Woolsey, and you just chime in when unmute yourself. I don't see all the hands up, so floor is open. Same with Vice Chair Nevedal.
This is Member Woolsey. So my question is related to the retail language. Is that going to be for retail only, or would it include a micro business engaged in retail having, if the jurisdiction allows that as a business type, is the grant funding going to be eligible to be used towards those businesses as well? And then I want to echo the comments from Jeff Merriman about being cautious in a one-size-fits-all across the state equity type program, because equity does look different in different places across the state. But deferring to local jurisdictions that maybe know their community better than people far away allows that locality to kind of get their feet wet and do something that really helps their focus and their interests.
Member, you go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to touch upon question number 3 and would agree with Member Merriman's sentiments. Believe that local jurisdictions should be eligible for funding if they permit only medicinal cannabis retail. But perhaps we look into prioritizing areas that allow for adult use. A lot of places start out medicinal, and many do transition to adult use within a few years. The reality is that many jurisdictions, they do feel political pressure to start the medical model first. Would also note that adult use isn't always for recreational use, and the process to access medicinal cannabis, for example, the process of getting a medical card, affording and paying for the card can be burdensome on an individual. There are also undocumented immigrants who may feel uncomfortable being listed on the registry, but use cannabis for medicinal purposes. And just in my conversations, many individuals have expressed that it can be easier accessing cannabis through adult use retail. So if there's a way to get local jurisdictions on the path towards legalizing cannabis, starting with the medicinal model, I think that's great. We should be supportive of these efforts, but again, maybe we should consider prioritizing the adult use model, those areas first. Thank you.
Thank you, and I totally agree with you. The jurisdictions that are only interested in medical, that are sort of still feeling out the market, are not going to be the ones moving quickly, and part of grants is usually to get them dispersed in a timely manner and get them in the hands of actual operators that need it, or in this case, jurisdictions that need it. Maybe we can, part of our recommendation could be a much smaller amount for those that want to engage in medicinal first, because it'll probably just be 1 or 2 licenses at most that they're going to do anyway. So maybe we can gauge it that way. And to your point about medical access cards, I think Member Payan can tell you a long list of jurisdictions where it's almost impossible to get one, even right now. So I do agree that we should prioritize adult rec. And Vice Chair, floor is yours.
Thank you for that. This is Vice Chair Navarro. I have some questions about and just maybe concerns to express about challenges that local jurisdictions might face with standing up programs. So items 1 and 5 somewhat are related to that. So I think it might be helpful for there to be some sort of tax disclosure for local jurisdictions that are applying for this. Local taxes have varied greatly across the state, and in some areas have been fairly prohibitive to really allowing access for any aspects of the supply chain to really be viable. So it would be nice to see that there was some at least disclosure in these plans from local jurisdictions about what their tax plan is. And then I also think the local jurisdiction assistance grant program dispersed funds with kind of a weighted rate of disbursement for the local jurisdictions that have equity programs. I'm wondering if there's a way to shape a recommendation that something similar should be provided to local jurisdictions who include plans for the development of local equity programs within their application for this retail access grant program. I also think one of the things that we've heard from the public is that the cost of licensing and permitting is high, right? And then it poses challenges, especially when we're talking about discretionary permits that drag out that process for the applicant who will likely have to have space rented, right? A lot of those requirements kind of boil down to the CEQA regulations and how we end up at discretionary permitting. I'm just wondering if there's a way to encourage waiver programs to be implemented so that folks who qualify for equity waivers can also maybe receive those benefits for permitting costs at the local level. These are going to be brand new programs for local jurisdictions. They're going to be, I'm concerned, expensive to set up, expensive to do the CEQA analysis to launch the program, right? They're going to be timely too. So it would be nice to see a way that equity applicants can be prioritized so that they receive funding to help them manage those long timelines, right? If the local jurisdictions can't have reduced CEQA regulations by zoning appropriately, I just think it's going to be really challenging to encourage the cost associated with these businesses moving forward. I'll leave it there.
Thank you. Yeah, I think we should really note that what Vice Chair said, it does take a long time for most local jurisdictions to actually develop their Office of Cannabis. I'm sure Nicole could speak to that as the founder of the SF office. It's not easy and it takes a minute. So I think actually the DCC's input on this is you've seen these local authorities come online and probably get more sophisticated and grow as time goes on. What is and that kind of brings us to the criteria, whether they failed or not. What is your experience and how long it takes to even develop a small Office of Cannabis and the infrastructure in a local jurisdiction?
It's a really tough question to answer because local cannabis regulation looks so different, city by city, county by county. You have some jurisdictions that stand up full-fledged cannabis programs. You have some jurisdictions that integrate cannabis permitting into existing offices like code enforcement or law enforcement or so on. What it looks like is just so different. I don't think we can tell you like this one way is the best pathway to do it, or here's a typical time frame. It really is going to depend jurisdiction by jurisdiction.
Thank you. Is there any data on jurisdictions that are like, I mean, I know Daly City just pushed theirs over the finish line, and they're now actually starting to be some activity. Can we identify jurisdictions where that money would actually have an impact and it would help open 5 to 10 stores that are close to implementing regulation or drafting it?
We're certainly engaged in outreach with local governments to make sure that they're aware of this program and to try and ensure that those who are interested in this program know about it and consider applying for it. I think it might be helpful if the committee has any recommendations for how to make that process easier for locals to apply. Things like if there's a concerted interest from all stakeholders in understanding what the timeline would look like from the start of program development to the implementation. Potentially that could be something that this committee talks about in response to question 1. If there are specific recommendations that you have or things that you think would be helpful in helping both the DCC and the general public better understand what this looks like at the local level, or to better incentivize swift progress, then we're certainly open to hearing those.
I would start considering like an exchange program. If part of you can get grant money, even if it's a small amount, to take your local advisory board or committee that you form to a city where it works, and they can engage with that local committee. That'd just be an idea, but I see lots of hands raised. So we'll start with Jeff, then Jeremy, then we have Madison, David, and that's what I see right now. So floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. So I guess, Christina, the input I have for you on that topic is really to understand the public resistance on dispensaries, on retail. And that's a difficult challenge to address, especially from the DCC's perspective. But just making these grant funds available a lot of times doesn't really, the staff and the board may be for it, but the public is not. And so there's still this resistance that you're meeting even just to get the program approved by the board or city council or off its feet. In a lot of jurisdictions and cities, there's still a huge resistance to retail dispensary storefronts. And so that's a very difficult challenge for a lot of people, especially in Northern California. Even if it seems like it's going to work, oftentimes it's met with so much resistance that it doesn't get passed or it gets shut down. And there's really no plan B in a lot of cases. So I don't know if, unfortunately, there's no magic bullet on how to address that. I mean, public outreach is huge, obviously, education, getting a feel for the political climate in some of these jurisdictions that maybe don't have retail and why they don't have retail, I think would be beneficial to understand why it is that there's such a lack of retail statewide, especially in Northern California.
I believe I'm up. Chair, if I may interrupt me if I'm out of order.
Yeah, absolutely. The floor is open for discussion. I just can't see all the
Well, in Trinity County, and I can speak as a county supervisor more on this than as a cultivator, we finally just passed our retail ordinance, and it took us probably, say, at least 3 years when you really look back at the full process. Majority of that is due to the political climate surrounding cannabis. And Trinity is probably one of those close to 50-50 counties where half the people, I would say probably more than half support it, but maybe only half are willing to say they outwardly support it. It still has some cultural issues. And having said that, there's been interest from 2 people to open up retail stores in Trinity County. Mostly along Highway 299. And again, this is because most locals in Trinity County, they don't necessarily need to go to a store to purchase their medical or recreational cannabis. Most people are growing their 6 plants if they're interested and things like that. So at least for Trinity County, we'd be really looking at more of a tourism-based retail component. And so what comes to mind is, financial assistance for any applicants that are entered a retail program, but they're waiting to receive their permit still. So they've put up X amount of money up front towards getting this process and application submitted. But because a lot of the rural counties are bottlenecked with staffing issues and can't just hire more staff overnight to accommodate this, it's still going to take a number of months. And so if there's a methodology for financial relief for pending retail applicants that are in jurisdictions where it's recently passed.
You're kind of breaking up a little, but I also have a question. Are you talking right now, are you referring to a jurisdiction that already has a program where there's an active retail application?
Yes.
Well, I don't think that would qualify for this one. This is for, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, Christina, but this is for jurisdictions that are in the process of creating ordinances and legislation to have a cannabis office. So I think what you're referring to is more goes into the GoBiz discussion or the Bradford grant discussions, which are for jurisdictions that already have a program. So with that, I would like to pass the floor on to Madison was next, and I see Ellicott and Antonio are also have their hands up.
Yeah, so I just want to add a little context to the discussion because the statute clearly talks about prioritizing communities that have higher populations, right? And so if we think about higher population communities that don't have regulation yet, we're talking about places like LA County, for example, that's looking at and actively working on starting their regulation and how they're going to incorporate social equity into that. We're also talking about places like San Diego, one of the largest markets, that is actually racing to set up their program so they can benefit from these funds, right? We're talking about areas like Riverside County. And so if the whole pie is $20 million, I mean, that's the small amount of money to set up regulatory systems in these larger jurisdictions. So that could be split up by 3 jurisdictions alone and be eaten up already. And so I
And
think
it will still have a small impact, to your point. Yeah.
well, like I think LA probably costs, I don't know the exact numbers, but I would guess, $3 to $6 million to set up the initial core staff of the DCR, right? So if you need comparable, just getting started, you probably need a couple $1,000,000 per jurisdiction from this grant, right? And we know it's going to take 1.5 to 2 years to get it up and running, go through all the city council votes, hire all the people. That's generally how long it takes. So if we're talking a small number of these large jurisdictions to spend $2 million, and we want to prioritize equity on top of that, because equity entrepreneurs need to get funding from the beginning while these programs and regulatory systems are being set up. Equity folks need funds to be able to get prepared for when licensing opens up. So I think that's really the context of under which we're looking at, how do we create regulations that are going to help that system be effective so that it can be successful and that 20 million can become 100 million to really service the larger need to bring on a lot more jurisdictions. But prioritizing those larger ones are going to be the best for the market because that's where the most consumers are.
Thank you. I think that makes sense. Christina, is the cohort by population, is that part of the requirement?
There is a requirement to consider the population of the jurisdiction. It's sort of phrased in a tiering kind of a implication. So I don't think it's an all or nothing. I don't think it's worded in a like only the biggest jurisdictions get money, but it's sort of phrased as a proportional needs. So the larger jurisdictions, which might need additional staff for a program that serves a larger population, get a little bit more money than a smaller jurisdiction that could implement with a smaller number of staff. And if this body has any recommendations on how to make those distinctions, how to structure some sort of a tiering system, certainly open to hearing those.
Thank you. Member Frazier and then Member Mathey.
Yeah, so I was gonna really touch on, I guess, questions 1 and 5. I was going through the public comments submitted prior to the meeting, and we've been talking about accountability, but I think there must be, or we must discuss at least a little bit here, is whoever applies for this money must be transparent about how many people they intend to hire, what those focuses of those people will be, as well as like what parts of the application process they'll be assigned to, I suppose. I know CEQA is something that really dazes a lot of people. So are they going to provide the right resources to get people through those humps? And then finally, on the accountability end, they need to tell us how many they intend to license and how many intend to go towards equity applicants. And obviously how they hold on to their part of that, or what are the rules surrounding that, that relationship. You mentioned some of the MSO phishing that happens in the industry with these applicants. And I heard someone earlier related to a lab in Long Beach who's going through a very similar issue. So I think really, if they're transparent about how many people they're hiring, what the roles and responsibilities are, some of that workflow. I know we've talked about timing. I think that's going to be critical to Madison's point here. Once that's reviewed by the DCC, they'll be able to pick out the successes. Who did what they say they're going to do. Very similar to my lab world. That's what ISO is. ISO isn't how to test your product. It's just, do you have a quality system that I can traceably track your work to see if you said what you say you're going to do, you actually performed. So those are some of the basic things that I know may sound elementary, but I think if we get some of that laid out, we'll be able to build on that, as even with the public health concerns, just trying to see how much money goes towards educating the public potentially. I don't know. I don't think that's an equity concern, but it is a retail concern with how we speak to the consumers, public billboards, all of such. So I don't know if that can be incorporated into it, but I would love to see what they're going to do at retail to either educate bud tenders or required. There's a lot of things that the state is even missing with the required education for that transaction. But if we can get support on the equity level, that'll help those businesses see it through, gain the new customers that the industry is missing right now. I mean, I know a lot of people claim to be successful, but there's a lot of customers on the black market, the illicit market still that we're not capturing. And if we can maybe provide a better upfront, provide a more attachable story to the equity applicants and what we're doing for them, that could potentially lead to more transition to the legal market. So those are some of the things that I think we should discuss. Or what is the accountability? What transparency levels are out there? And that transparency, not just for us, but also for the state to follow up on. The state needs to know exactly what they're getting in bed with so that they can judge their own successes after the period ends, so to speak, where the money's been spent. And that's all, I guess, my comment or my directive to us is. So that's all I have for now.
Thank you, Member Frazier. I think we're all taking notes here, and hopefully in a minute after Member Mate and then Vice Chair Nevedal makes a comment, we can maybe start wordsmithing some recommendations.
Sounds great. Thank you, Chair. In terms of what goes into what's required to be submitted in the grant proposal, I think well-developed details on plans for equity applicants and equity programs is essential. And what we would want to see is kind of well-developed plans that show that they've really thought through the issues and are modeling their programs after ones that have been successful in other local jurisdictions. And then I think the same goes for public health and safety. We would want to see well-developed plans for how they would protect public health and safety, how they would implement and enforce the state's requirements. We don't let someone drive unless they can demonstrate that they can drive safely, and we would hope it would be the same for localities. We want them to demonstrate that they've thought through how they will go about the process safely. And I would Vice Chair Nevedal had a great comment about asking local jurisdictions to disclose their intentions for taxes. And I would add just disclosure of their intentions for any additional local regulations that they're intending to incorporate on top of whatever state whatever requirements they have to meet as part of the state requirements. I think the proposals that have well-developed plans in these areas are going to be more compelling, and they're going to be the kind of applications DCC might be more likely to choose to fund. At the same time, the local jurisdictions that are probably most likely to benefit from these grants are the ones that haven't had the capacity to develop these well-detailed plans on equity programs or public health or taxation or whatever. And so I think we need to be open to the possibility that the proposals that we actually want to fund and the ones that for the local jurisdictions that would benefit most might be the ones where the proposal is saying we don't have well-developed plans yet, and we need this money so that we can create well-developed plans that are modeled on other successful local jurisdictions. So I wonder if there's a way in the call for proposals that we can articulate that we would love well-developed plans for these specific items, but we are also open to applications that don't have well-developed plans and would use the funds to hire the technical assistance that they need to develop those plans.
Thank you. That's great input.
I appreciate that comment, and it mirrors some of the comments that we've heard from local governments as well, and organizations like the League of Cities, RCRC, and CSAC, who have said that among some of the jurisdictions that do not yet permit retail, some of the challenge is that it is a hefty task to create the type of plans that you're talking about. So thank you.
Vice Chair Nevedal, floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Vice Chair Nevedal here. I want to really support the comments from Member Mate. I hope I said your last name correctly, and apologize if I didn't. I also think that for local jurisdictions, just going through the entire CEQA development process, right, for their program review is probably going to be necessary before they can get to some of their well-oiled plans. And so I'm hoping that there are lots of different starting places where local jurisdictions could potentially be considered in this program, right? Where they might be partially developed and need support getting staff and implementing what they've been working on for so long, but that they also, brand new jurisdictions, have an opportunity to make a proposal to come online. Because we have not only high population areas, we also have a lot of deserts in California that folks travel very far to get medicine and or rely on delivery services, or would rely on legal delivery services, right? It's a daunting task, so to speak, when I look at this, like trying to frame this grant proposal. But I do think it needs to have lots of starting places for jurisdictions to enter into the conversation or be considered.
Thank you. What I'm hearing is that we want the request for proposal to include a percentage that's dedicated of the amounts received to creating a social equity retailer. And that'll be a percentage that we will define in the recommendation. What I was also hearing is that we should have a tiered approach where a public health and safety plan, a plan for local equity, an adult recreational plan, and a medical access plan, that all of those would trigger a milestone or a payment or an eligibility for funds. That's kind of what I'm hearing from the committee. Education and public health, I think we all understand, having gone through these processes, even in the most liberal city of San Francisco, we still have a very healthy amount of opposition to retailers opening. While you can find retail stores everywhere, there's always opposition. So I do think that public health and education sort of should be one of the first milestones met. Because if you see that there's so much resistance, then, to member Shockley's point, you want to spend that money somewhere where it's better spent and has more impact. So I would really recommend we start wordsmithing our recommendation. I would just ask Tamra if we take public comment first, or the other committee members, if there's anything else you'd like to include before we do.
Thank you, Chair. That is up to you. You will have to take public comment once you have a motion pending, before you vote on the motion. If you choose to take public comment at this time and then form your recommendations and there's a motion, you would need a public comment on the motion itself as well. So it's really just a matter of how you want to proceed in terms of getting the information you all need to head in the right direction. And then with recommendations, the committee does have the ability to make formal recommendations, but if you choose not to, you're not required to. But all of this discussion is certainly being noted by staff as well.
Great. Well, in an effort to save time, I would say we do come up with our motions if we are indeed going to make one, and then open up for public comment. But I do see that Member Merriman has raised his hand.
Yeah, I believe Antonio Frazier might have been before me. I don't know if there's still a comment there.
Oh, I wasn't sure if he unraised it or not. Sorry.
Yeah, sorry. No, I forgot to unraise. I'm good. Thank you, though.
Okay, so I just wanted to, Chair Ali, the one thing that I didn't see mentioned on our recommendation was number 3. So I just want to see if we have a consensus that we're not going to limit this only to jurisdictions that don't provide adult use retail.
From my just interpretation, I think we were all aligned with that. Maybe we didn't formally say that, but that's going to be part of the wordsmithing of the recommendation. And just to clarify with Tamra, are you saying that if we just informally come up with requirements we want to see, that those will be taken into account as strongly as a recommendation?
I can jump in on that one. There's a certain level of weight that I think you add to your conversation when you adopt a formal motion. So I would not look at the two of them equivalently. We are certainly listening to all of the things that you say, but if there's consensus by this committee, then it makes sense to adopt a recommendation and formalize that consensus of this committee. I'll also add that there's probably two main ways that you could go about doing these recommendations. This committee could have one motion that is for all of the recommendations that you would like to make. This committee could also essentially like segment it out with, we'd like to recommend that this not be limited to adult use retail. You can make that motion and table it, make your next motion, table it. So essentially you could have 4 or 5 motions that you're tabling open for public comment and then go to your vote on all of those motions. So I hope that makes sense. Either like one slate of recommendations as one motion, or a couple of motions that you make the motion, table it, and then you untable them one by one as you come to vote at the end.
Thank you for clarifying that. I think looking at the agenda, I would say that when we get to recommendations, or is that's for future agenda items? Well, I would say we make the recommendations after and open up for public comment. And I see that Member Shockley has his.
Just had a quick question. Is this going to be our last opportunity for the committee to make recommendations on this topic?
I can speak to that. So yes and no. For today, yes, this would be the opportunity. You could, going forward, make additional recommendations related to this. However, it would have to be in the context of a future meeting, and it would have to be agendized for that meeting.
I feel I don't know if we should rush into on our first meeting to make these impactful recommendations and starting to wordsmith them. I would prefer to agendize it for the next meeting and really come up with something proper. I don't know how my other fellow members feel about that, but I don't want to rush into this. This is important.
I would second that.
I support that as well.
I do as well.
Great. In that case, I would open up for public comment on this agenda item, and then we can move on to the next item. Moderator.
This is the moderator. I've opened that Q&A panel. If you'd like to comment on this discussion, please click on the Q&A icon and type the word comment into the text box, submitting that to our panelists. If you've called into the meeting on a phone, you can dial *3 to raise your hand. As a reminder, our comments will be limited to 2 minutes. Our first comment comes from Jillian. Jillian, I've sent the request to unmute your microphone.
Xavier, again, the first woman to open a cannabis testing lab in the city of Long Beach. Local jurisdiction is funneling the money back into the city. So the money is not being disseminated to social equity applicants. I'm speaking about Long Beach. I just want to make that clear. We need to make sure that they're taking the money and saying, okay, application fees, okay, permit fees, okay, this fees, but nothing is being sent out to us. We have a lease. I got a lease for 5 years based on the fact that the city of Long Beach said, we will give you $445,000 to get into business. We had this woman come and say, oh, they don't deserve all that money, took away and come down to $57,000. I'm opening a lab. I don't need a general contractor, right? I need a medical contractor who's able to come in and understand the specifics to open a lab, ventilation, whatever we need. We're testing the plant with chemicals for metals, for this, for that, right? So that's what I need, somebody who understands that. We cannot keep giving them money without them being accountable. They need to show where the money is being spent. Someone is saying, oh, 25% for social equity. You got $1 million and you just want to give 25% to social equity so that the city is funneling the money back into y'all? That doesn't make sense. It's not acceptable. It's not acceptable at all. We can open our businesses. We're in 5-year leases. We need to do something better. Don't give them any more money until they show accountability of how that money is being spent. Again, the city is funneling the money back into the city for application fees, permit fees, this fees, that fees we never heard of. DCC needs
Time has expired. Thank you. Next up is Blair Gu. Blair, I've sent the request to unmute your microphone. Blair, I see you're unmuted. We cannot hear you yet. Blair, I'm going to ask for you to check on your audio settings, and while you do that, I'm going to proceed to our next person, and I will circle back to you. Next is Michael Burton. Michael, I've sent the request to unmute your microphone.
Thank you for the opportunity to provide public comment on the local jurisdiction retail access grant program, which will provide critical assistance to local governments to expand adult use cannabis across the state. My name is Michael Burton, and I serve as a regional legislative associate at Weed Maps Policy, the government relations arm of Weed Maps. Our team works with lawmakers, advocates, industry groups, and other allies to forge safe, fair, and accessible cannabis policy across the country and around the world. Despite an overwhelming majority of voters passing Proposition 64 in 2016, California residents are still unable to purchase adult use cannabis in 62% of cities and counties across the state. These restrictions hurt consumers like patients and veterans, allow the illicit market to thrive, and rob local economies of tax revenue. This $20 million local jurisdiction retail access grant program will aid local governments with the development and implementation of retail licensing programs. This program will improve access, bring jobs, business opportunities, and tax revenue to our cities and counties while ensuring social equity is prioritized in launching a cannabis marketplace. Weed Maps is in strong support of this critical program and applauds the DCC and Cannabis Advisory Council for implementing this program and bringing our state one step closer to the well-regulated, safe, and affordable cannabis marketplace that Californians deserve. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Stephanie. Stephanie, I've sent the request to unmute your microphone.
My support for the newly elected advisory council and make a recommendation as a public resident to allow for the discussions to perhaps be placed on the next meeting's agenda in honor of your time as well as the public's time. We heard public comment before that touched on the similar issues that the council also touched on. And so I recommend that that be added to the next meeting's agenda so that we can, provide further public comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Julian Canetti. Julian, I've sent the request to unmute your microphone.
California Hispanic Chambers of Commerce, and thank you, committee members, for the opportunity. The cannabis industry yielded $817 million for the state just in the 2020-2021 fiscal year. Growth of this industry provides enormous opportunities for continued success in our state and local economies, and entrepreneurial and business opportunities for Californians to enter the industry. The growth of legal cannabis marketplace is dependent on the expansion of retail storefronts in all counties and cities throughout the state. Despite an overwhelming majority of voters passing Proposition 64 in 2016, residents today are unable to purchase adult use cannabis in 62% of cities and counties across the state. The local jurisdiction retail access grant program will aid local governments with the development and implementation of retail licensing programs, which will ensure better cannabis retail access for their residents. Permitting legal cannabis in communities will bring tax revenue jobs, and business opportunities to our communities. The California Hispanic Chambers of Commerce supports this critical program and looks forward to working with the DCC to create pathways that ensure business and job opportunities for Californians within the industry. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next is Paul and Susan. I've sent the request to unmute your microphone.
Yeah, this is Paul Hansberry. Boy, it sure does sound good, doing this because of the lack of the retail throughout the state. Everyone said 61 or 62% has no retail. But it seems to me that there's, it's a very, very, very diverse state. It seems to me that there's a lack of will, not from the constituents, but from the local jurisdiction and their government officials. There's a very loud anti-cannabis and NIMBY sort of voice that's in a lot of different pockets of the county. And so I'm wondering, of the state, I mean to say, I'm wondering do you think throwing money at it is going to change their mind, is going to get them to develop a program? I understand that there's other counties, other jurisdictions that need extra money to get over the hump, and that's great, so that they can do that. But I'm wondering about the rest of the population, of the rest of the county. How do you instill a will to initiate a program other than trying to throw money at it? That's all I'm wondering. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we have, I want to circle back to Blair Jew real quick. Blair, I've sent the request to unmute your microphone.
Hello.
We can hear you.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you. Apologies for lack of microphone access the first time. But thank you. Again, my name is Blair Gue. I'm an attorney at Rockaway Law Group, which is a law firm that provides services to cannabis businesses in California. And I first want to thank the members of the committee for engaging in a thorough and detailed discussion about the retail grant program, and also DCC leadership, including Director Elliott, for being a part of the discussion today. On behalf of my firm, I submitted written public comment that you all should have a copy of. I did notice that it was uploaded to the committee's website, so you should have a copy of that in hand. And since public comment time is obviously limited, I am not going to be able to touch on all of the things that are in the written public comment. But one thing that I do want to touch on is that a lot of local jurisdictions, I work with a lot of them across the state, have a really hard time creating their cannabis regulations. And I think one of the ways that we could, really be sure that the funds are going to local jurisdictions that are going to implement programs successfully is by asking local jurisdictions in their applications to give the DCC an overview of what the existing regulations in that locality look like and what will have to be done to change those regulations. So, for example, in certain local jurisdictions, there's complete bans, as we know, on all cannabis business. Some jurisdictions just have bans on retail. And what we can tell from those regulations, we can kind of get a pulse for what the public thinks about cannabis regulations.
30 seconds.
So I just advise that you ask for really detailed information about what the current status of cannabis regulations are in each jurisdiction that's requesting funds, so that the DCC can see or form an opinion as to whether or not just giving grant funding will actually help those jurisdictions get regulations passed. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next up is an individual identified with the abbreviation for Esquire and a 2 following that. I've sent the request to unmute your microphone.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can.
Thank you. I'm a legacy attorney, and I work with cannabis businesses across the state, including equity applicants in Mendocino, Los Angeles, Riverside, and other places that have been mentioned. I'm also a subject matter expert for Oakland's equity technical assistance provider. And I have 2 points. The first would be that we parse out and define what we mean by equity, small business, craft. I see them being used interchangeably and they're not necessarily the same thing. And we may not necessarily get what we want if we don't get specific on that. And then my second point, I really wanted to echo what Madison said. He actually took the words out of my mouth regarding Los Angeles. I would like to bring everyone's attention to the Department of Cannabis Regulations August 2nd Canada Dispatch email. It is an excellent example of what equity applicants and licensees need, not just in substance, but also in format. It is very easy to understand. The type of support is exactly what people need across the state. I even tried to get them to let in some of my clients from outside of Los Angeles. Unfortunately, that wasn't an opportunity, but that also makes me wonder, why are we doing these webinars and providing these resources on a city or county basis? Business planning for Oakland is the same as business planning for Los Angeles. So, maybe think about how these programs could be adapted and what we expect from the local jurisdictions
30 seconds.
moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next comment comes from Lynn Silver. And Lynn, I've sent the request to unmute your microphone.
Hi, sorry, it takes a while to unmute. I actually wasn't going to talk, but I put my comment in writing. But basically, we want to strongly support if the government is spending this money on expansion to new jurisdictions, that it go to places that have rigorous requirements for equity and licensing, as the chairman and others were endorsing, and not necessarily for storefronts. It could be delivery only models, for example. Just in the interest of time, I would say that that our research data is slightly different than what DCC showed, because there's about 289 of California's 539 jurisdictions that do allow some form of retail sale. About 75 of those only allow a delivery from outside. They don't license locally, but people do have access. And then in our research, we've also found that at least in Northern California, about 3/4 of people, even those who live where it's not allowed, live within a 20-minute drive of a storefront. So while there definitely are swaths of the state without legal access, the problem is not as large as it is sometimes portrayed. Nonetheless, thank you.
Thank you. And with that, I do not see any additional requests for comment. I will turn it back over to the chair.
Thank you. With that, we conclude agenda item number 10. Moving on to agenda item number 11. I would like to point out at this point that we don't need to make any motions. My fellow committee members and the public, I'll take your recommendations all into consideration when drafting the next agenda. So that being said, I open the floor to my fellow committee members. All of your recommendations will be on record, same for the public, and those will be taken into consideration when drafting the next meeting agenda. Please feel free to unmute yourself and make
Can you repeat that last part, Ali? You're opening the floor for discussion on what exactly?
Yeah, so you guys can make your recommendations for the next agenda now. We don't need to take a motion or vote on them, but they'll be on public record. And then I will take all of those into consideration when drafting the next agenda. And the same goes for the public. So please feel free to unmute yourself and say agenda point, equity, retail jurisdiction, whatever it is that you want on the next agenda, so we can get that memorialized. And that way I'll review it when I draft the next agenda.
And then I'm curious, are subcommittees not going to be formed then until December when the next scheduled meeting is?
I'll defer to Tamara if those subcommittees can be formed between the meetings.
So as the chair, you have the ability to establish and appoint members to a subcommittee. So you could do that. You could also choose to wait to do that. But under the bylaws, you do have the ability to do that outside of a formal meeting process of the full committee.
And I assume it's rule of three where I can engage with each fellow member individually and see what committee they're interested in representing. Is that correct?
So unfortunately, the Bagley-Keene would apply, so you wouldn't be able to communicate with all the different the committee members outside of a formalized committee hearing.
In that case, oh, go ahead, sorry.
Chair Jamalian, if it would be helpful, DCC staff would be happy to intake any messages from committee members about what their interests for subcommittees are, compile those and share them to you to avoid issues of an unnoticed meeting.
Perfect. Yeah, I think that would be great. And I see that Vice Chair had her hand up, and then Member Shockley as well. So Vice Chair.
So that would need to happen inside the committee meeting here. Those expressions of interest would need to take place at a meeting.
I guess, Chair, I would ask if you'd have any interest in forming a meeting sometime within the next month or soon after for the exclusive formation of the subcommittees and designations of those members.
I would defer to the DCC. I don't know what our budgets are, how many meetings we're budgeted for. Usually on these committees, all of that starts to play into planning. So I don't know what that looks like. Generally, I would like to get these subcommittees formed, obviously, as soon as possible. But can we not, since we're here, and I know we're running a little late, but if everybody can state their interest, are we able to do this during this discussion?
Tamara, would this need to be its own agenda item and allow for public comment on the specific subcommittee discussion?
It would be, yes.
In that case, I think to answer your question, we will probably have the subcommittees assigned in the next meeting.
Yeah, I just wanted to recommend that we agendize a discussion for next meeting about the equity related guidelines that we'd like to see associated with this program.
Thank you, Member Shockley, and noted. Vice Chair Nevedal, did you have another point? I thought.
I do. I apologize. I'm hoping that in the future, the next meeting agenda, we'll have time to consider the January report or the end of the year report. For subcommittees that are already formed, I mean, as far as they're codified in the bylaws, is there going to be an opportunity? There won't be an opportunity at all for them to meet this year, right? So any subcommittee activity would not occur until 2023. Is that correct?
I mean, from what I understand, I can assign them. So I obviously have no problem reading everyone's bios and assigning subcommittees. I want to do justice by it. And Tamara, I can assign we can assign members to committees that are already formed as well in the next meeting. Is that correct? We could add members to the committee, correct? The subcommittee.
Yeah, certainly. As the chair, you have the ability to appoint members. So you could appoint certain members, and then as time goes on, if you want to add additional members, you certainly can do that.
So to answer your question, Vice Chair, I think we'll be able to form these and actually get some work done during this year.
Okay, well, I would support future agenda items that include subcommittees. And so any of the subcommittees that are in the current bylaws, I would support engaging in the next meeting if it's at all possible. I would support participating, especially in the cultivation and the equity subcommittee, but I'm more than happy to be placed on any of the subcommittees. I do want to acknowledge that future agenda items seem to need to include not only the grant item that we discussed today, which probably should come back in full, right? And if the department really wants input on how to scope it. And then I also would recommend for future agenda items, the manufacturing topic that came up. I apologize for not knowing where the Bureau or the department is in the rulemaking process, but that seemed to be a pressing topic. And so would probably be housed well in subcommittee or as an agenda item for the committee as a whole. As would the hemp report. I think if it comes out between now and December, that's great. And maybe a cultivation subcommittee could have some discussion about it. As a good place for people to provide comments on it. And I think with that, I'll close and just thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Member Woolsey has his hand raised.
Thank you. Given that this is the only opportunity to express our interest for subcommittees rather than be randomly appointed to them, I would be interested in serving on the track and trace subcommittee. And if the two subcommittee meetings were not held at the same time and I was able to also serve on public health and community impact, that would be my other interest. Thank you.
Yes, Member Merriman.
Yeah, Chair Jamalian, I know I expressed interest in the cultivation subcommittee, but would also express interest in the track and trace as well, if possible. Okay.
Oh, Member Brown, sorry.
Chair, there was a decent amount of public comment regarding the so-called traditional cottage licensing, and I would be curious if that'd be something considered for the next agenda, or if that would be considered as a subcommittee agendized item.
I definitely also made a list of sort of the most reoccurring items, and that'll all be taken well into consideration. Obviously, we're going to try to, coordinate with the DCC what the most pressing items are in terms of regs or legislation coming down the pipeline. But yes, that's all of that. That is duly noted.
Thank you, Chair.
Member Bauer, Member Frazier.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I just wanted to express an interest in the Public Health Subcommittee. I also would strongly encourage and urge that that subcommittee include worker health and safety as a point of discussion. Thank you.
Member Frazier, floor is yours.
Yes, just wanted to express the interest in the laboratory subcommittee. I think that's a little obvious, but as well as the public safety and health as well.
Thank you. Member Payan, sorry, I have to keep scrolling back and forth. Apologies if I don't see you right away.
Chair Jamalian, I'd like to express my interest in the public health group and also secondarily in equity.
Very happy to hear that you are interested in those. Anybody else, please take the floor.
I'd like to express my interest in chairing the Social Equity Subcommittee, and also being on the Cultivation and Public Health and Community Impact Subcommittees.
Thank you, Member Frazier. Member Brown, do you still have your hand up, or did you re-raise it?
That was Member Shockley.
Oh, sorry, my bad. And Member Frazier still has. I see a few hands still raised. I know that's it. If there's no more comments, then I would like to go to public comment. Oh, we don't have public comment on this. Is that correct?
That is incorrect. You do have public comment on this.
Okay, sorry. Then could we go to public comment, please? Thank you, moderator.
This is the moderator. The Q&A panel is open. If you'd like to offer suggestions for items for future meeting agendas, please click on the Q&A icon, type the word comment into the text box, send that to our panelists. For our call-in users, you may dial *3 to raise your hand. First comment comes from Paul and Susan. I've sent the request to unmute your microphone.
Yes, I'll go first before Susan here. A couple of things within the testing subcommittee. I would strongly recommend that they also with enforcement. The regulations are a great idea, but they're not going to work because the reason that things work is because the labs cheat. And so the only thing that's going to work, and it's worked in several states, is as having a secret shopper for enforcement. So they go in and test it in their own labs. That's the only thing that's going to correct that problem. I also applaud Jeremy Brown for picking up and understanding the dire need for a cottage microbusiness license for the small heritage farmer. So I would strongly recommend that be agendized for the next meeting as well. Thank you. And Susan?
Thank you, Paul. Hello, can I be heard?
Yes, go ahead.
Oh, thank you very much. Susan Tibbin. I also would like to applaud Jeremy Brown and thank Paul Hansberry as well for recommending a new license, a cottage microbusiness. I would like to recommend that very, very strongly. I think without a real cottage microbusiness that actually was micro, unlike what we have now, there is just no path for the small operator. And I know we all want to preserve the heritage people and bring new people in who want to operate on a smaller level. So thank you for considering agendizing a cottage microbusiness at the next meeting. And I hope that this will be in person. It just affords such a just a wealth of interchange that is just not possible electronically. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next up, we have Jackie Subek. Jackie, I'm looking for you. There you are. I've sent the request to unmute your microphone.
Hey, everybody. Ooh, look, it's 4:20. Perfect timing. Hey, listen, I've recommended this before. I don't know how this works, but I believe there should be some form of a subcommittee that encompasses consumption, tourism, events, marketing, all the pieces of the regulations that sort of fall into that bucket, because I've identified several issues that need to be dealt with. And it's weird because the state doesn't really need to have a voice in some of these things, like local special events. The reason we haven't been able to have too many small events is because the locals haven't developed their special permits. So I think these things need to be talked about. Somebody earlier brought up the more realistic tiers for event licenses so that their small licenses can be, can happen, and that then you allow the locals to decide the details. So I think there should be some form of a committee that, again, encompasses those items. I don't know where it goes and how it happens, but that's what I'm suggesting. So thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Corinne Shreve. Corinne, I've sent the request to unmute your microphone.
Hi, everyone. I just wanted to say we really appreciate everything. It looks like this committee is trying to help everyone. We just strongly suggest that you address the fact that local jurisdictions all have different rules and regulations. As permit holders, we all pay the same state permit fee. and we should have the same opportunities to operate in California as a whole. Northern California should not suffer because Southern California allows their permits to operate while Northern California is continuously jumping through hoops trying to get through the process. We also strongly suggest you address the ag permits and allow us to develop our farms like other agricultural industries. We truly do feel discriminated against. We strongly recommend that you address the sales issues that farmers are facing. We cannot afford to grow this year, and it's the first year all of us have not grown in a very long time. And it's due to the failure in this system. It seems to be based off the black market, and that should not be. There should be a proper amount for the product that is given to the farmers. We should be paid on time. Operations that are granted a 5.5 million square foot permit is not viable or sustainable for Northern California. We also believe since cannabis has been decriminalized, law enforcement should not be allowed to show up with guns, making us feel like criminals, continuously giving us PTSD for legalizing
30 seconds.
operations. We hope you hear all of the farmers and truly work with us to help fix this failing industry. Thank you so much, and I look forward to the next meeting.
Thank you. Next up is Erica Oswegi. Erica, I've sent the request to unmute your microphone.
Good afternoon again. I'm Erica Oswegi, Quality and Compliance Manager with Kiva. As noted in previous comments, Kiva requests that the committee add to a future agenda an item to discuss the proliferation of full-spectrum hemp-derived products containing THC and other potent cannabinoids that far exceed what is permitted in the cannabis supply chain, but more specifically to understand the department's approach and plans to enforce the provisions of AB 45. Including but not limited to a report outlining the steps necessary to allow for the incorporation of hemp cannabinoids into the cannabis supply chain. In addition, Kiva supports calls for the committee to agendize for future discussion the department's approach to propose regulations for a standard potency test method in order to better understand what science, existing standards, or other data the department relied upon when proposing a standard that could have serious impacts to consumer health and safety. And finally, Kiva echoes calls for an item to discuss the emerging payment collection crisis. The various payment protections afforded to licensees, for example, in the alcohol or construction trades, do not yet exist in cannabis law. Without authority or recourse for default payments, cannabis distributors are sitting on millions of AR debt, a bubble that when burst will impact small operators and those without access to capital to cover the loss. Congratulations again on your appointments to this committee, and thank you for your attention to these important issues.
Thank you. Next up, we have Jillian. Jillian, I've sent the request to unmute your microphone.
We are 7 hours into this meeting, and there's so many issues that we need to really address, right? And we're looking at people who's been in the business, farmers, me coming in as a, testing lab for integrity's sake, integrity to make sure what's out there is valid, that to make sure that the test is not manufactured, right? To make sure that the outside influence don't come in and try to manipulate us. We're asking for ownership as social equity entrepreneurs. We're asking that you give us a chance in this business. We're asking that you look at the people who's making the money is the same people that had their knees in our neck. We're asking for your help for honest chance to get into the business, right? So we want this organization to really take a stance and help us. But look at local jurisdictions that are not doing what they're supposed to do. Long Beach is where I'm talking about, where they're funneling the money back into the city for license or permit applications or
Excuse me, ma'am.
Disseminated.
Excuse me, ma'am. Your comment needs to be discussing on future agenda items. That's what this public comment is for.
Thank you, Tamara.
Thank you. Our next comment comes from Lynn Silver. Lynn, I've sent the request to unmute your microphone.
Hi, sorry, there's a long delay on getting the request. I apologize. I think I made these points under the wrong agenda item under point 7. They were my points for the agenda, actually. Very, very briefly, we would recommend, this is Dr. Lynn Silver from the Public Health Institute. We would recommend that the committee follow up on its earlier recommendation regarding potency and increasing potency on the market as a public health hazard with assessing that issue. Second, that it monitor and consider progress in the expungement of criminal records and whether we've finished the job or not. Third, I concur with the comment from Kiva that prohibiting the availability of hemp-derived high THC products accessible to children is an immediate and serious public health threat that needs to be addressed. I found a product with 600 milligrams in a smoke shop the other day, 60 10 milligram gummy worms that a 10-year-old could buy. And also addressing the issue of products which are mimicking brands marketed to children like Cocoa Pebbles and Runts. So I just re-mentioning those issues as agenda items. Thank you. And sorry to talk so much at this meeting. Thank you to all of you.
Thank you. Next up is Zachary Weiner. Zachary, I've sent the request to unmute your microphone.
Great, thank you. This is Zachary Weiner, legislative aide for the California Cannabis Industry Association. The CCIA just wants to reiterate that we strongly urge the department to prioritize the release of the hemp report required in AB 45 and encourage the committee to add this item to a future agenda in order to provide informed advice to the department regarding hemp in the cannabis supply chain. Second, CCIA would request an update on the GoBiz Cannabis Equity Grant Report be added to a future agenda to give CAC the necessary data it needs to evaluate the success of the Cannabis Equity Grants Program and to inform these discussions we are having about accountability in regards to local equity programs. And finally, CCIA requests the CAC to prioritize the current highly flawed proposal for a standard cannabinoids test method and that this be added to a future agenda. It is imperative that the department and the CAC address the public health and safety concerns that this method would inevitably create. Thank you.
Thank you. Next comment comes from Margro Advisors. I've sent the request to unmute your microphone.
Thank you very much. Kelly Flotis from Margro Advisors. As myself and others have mentioned, there is a need for thorough review of the state's equity program to improve the program and allow for local equity applicants to receive the benefits of all state equity programs. We ask that a review of equity definitions and benefits be added to the committee's next agenda, and we appreciate your time and consideration. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next is Thomas Mulder. Looks like Thomas may have dropped off the meeting. Nope, I found you. I've just sent the request to unmute your microphone. Thomas, I see you're unmuted, but we can't hear you yet. And Thomas, I'm going to circle back to you. I'll have you let you check on your audio settings for a moment. We'll move on to Michael. Michael, I've sent the request to unmute your microphone.
Yes, good afternoon. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak. This is Michael Katz, Executive Director for the Mendocino Cannabis Alliance. I'd like to echo the comments about adding a conversation about the equity program at the state level and making sure that local equity applicants can access state equity programs. I'd like to see agendized a conversation about designating cannabis cultivation as agriculture, as an agricultural crop, along the lines of other agricultural crops, including hemp. And I would also like to see conversations about the importance of allowing small operators to provide direct sales to consumers. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I'm going to circle back to Thomas, and we'll try this again. Thomas, I've sent the request to unmute again.
Good afternoon. You can hear.
We can hear you, but it's very choppy.
So, well, with some commenters before me may have been confused as I was. The item might have been requests for subcommittees, and who was interested in what. So that was pretty confusing because future agenda items. Where I want to see future agenda items is homestead micro business licenses for those legacy homestead operators, with strict requirements of being in the industry for 5 years. I'd like to see an agenda item as far as trust building in the DCC and the community after the place this summer. I'd like to see an agenda item of inspection guidelines where this committee recommends inspection guidelines moving forward. And I would also like to see a future agenda item 1 acre cap slash the limit for large license allowance to really go back to where we were at when we removed that 1 acre cap. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. And can I confirm with staff, I know he was a little choppy. Did we get enough of his comments to understand what he's asking for? Okay. Next up is Kenny Morrison. Kenny, I've sent the request to unmute your microphone.
Hi there, thank you. California Cannabis Manufacturers Association again requesting the committee add to a future agenda 2 items for discussion. The first, DCC releasing the hemp report required per AB 45, outlining the steps necessary to allow for the incorporation of hemp cannabinoids into the DCC supply chain. Next, we hope you agendize a discussion regarding the proposed regulation allowing for only a singular standard potency test method. Again, this well-intentioned but faulty proposed regulation will make cannabis products less safe, and multiple products will end up having more THC in them than is allowed by the DCC. Thank you.
Thank you. And call-in user, first 6 digits of the phone number 707-953. I'm sending a request to unmute your microphone.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Great, thank you. This is Joanna Cedar calling. I am the Hemp Policy Associate at Eden Enterprises. And, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hello? Oh, I'm sorry. The system was talking over me, and I couldn't think. This is Joanna Cedar. I am the Hemp Policy Associate at Eden Enterprises. I'm also the policy chair at Sonoma County Growers Alliance, and I ask that you add or agendize for the next meeting the steps that will need to be taken in order to regulate cannabis cultivation as agriculture. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, I do not see any other requests for comment. I will close the Q&A and turn it back over to the chair.
And with that, we conclude agenda item number 11, and our meeting is adjourned. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.